Uh. Bum, 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 bum. Uh, same old, same old. Oh, come on, dude. Why is there a hole here, bro? What the... Alright, I'm just gonna do warm up and then I'm gonna go back to drawing Ellen. But I think this Ellen piece, we have a choice. Oh, well, we have a choice. We have a chance to basically draw a lot of this. Like, draw it in many different ways, I think, is how I would put it. So we'll do like a quick sketch, a slightly tidier sketch, and so on and so forth, and then like different ways of coloring, blah blah blah. That'll be interesting. I wanna try to attempt to do it because at some point I do need to come up with, I need to draw the same thing in different styles just to compare and see what the difference is. I think the decision making there will be we have something to learn from. So, but the process is kind of tricky because it's rather taxing, I think, to go through the same thing over and over. So it'd be best to give it a try now, see what comes up, get a feel for the loading that's gonna happen. Anyways, what? Ah, come on, stop. Today is last day of Black Friday. I think. I mean, today is Black Friday. So I think it only lasts for today, some of the deals and stuff, but I guess I'm not buying anything though. Should though, I probably should. Oh, let's see. Hello, George. Not very relaxing. I think it's not too bad, the music. It's just that it's like short, very short pulses of the same melody and motifs over and over. It's a lot of mental fatigue that builds up really quick. Good for games, I guess, when there's nothing left, nothing else to focus on. I'm broken, I can't shop anything for Black Friday. I see. It's time to convince other people to buy their Christmas present for you early. You know? Might as well do it now when it's cheaper, right? Also, I shouldn't be drawing this right now. I think it's a bit harder to do right off the bat. I need something a little bit easier. Yum, yum, yum. But there's a chance that this creeps up. I think let's do something even easier. I'm just looking for references. My whole body feels really sluggish because I forced myself to wake up just now. Because the dream was getting very annoying, very intense. So I had to kill it. Hello, unknown. I'm still trying to wake up. It's gonna take a while. How are you, unknown? Nice, nice. I didn't write the key properly. Maika. Ah, yes, the arm goes right into the butt. Oh my god, dude. Holy shit. I don't think so. I'm not sure. I do see boobas, but I guess it's not really necessarily a guarantee. But if nothing else to go on, I would still say this is a lady. Fontaine. I could at the very least send you the link to the image and you can do reverse Google search if you want. Sorry, I bumped the mic. If you want to look a little bit further. Why, George? Is this your type, George? See something you like? I messed up the setup. Ah, Maika. It's gonna be a little bit rough as I try to jumpstart this this engine over here. It never feels good to draw in like the first hour or so, I think. Depends on like how active my brain is already, but it takes a while to get the thing started. But then once it's started, the lines and everything flow smoothly. I rejected to say Su Flowly 3 times. Yeah, my mouth keeps making the shape and I know that it's wrong and I stopped it 3 times. Oh my god. That's why it took so long. Sue slowly. What? Hello, G-Talk. Yeah, Unknown, if you have anything for me, feel free to just send it. Kinda got tired of sending the the thingy in the critique chat, because it's like there's no real point in there. Because I don't send it in the beginning of the week. It's not like I'm collecting a bunch of stuff. And then you guys are here anyways. The people who are actually participating and doing it is here anyways, so. They might be in Fontaine Land today for the entire session, most likely. The one that you sent before? God damn it, my brain. Unknown? The one in the art showcase, right? The two of you guys? For sure, for sure. Give me 1 second, I'm gonna wipe my tablet down. Oh my god. Oh, I feel so heavy. Oh shit, I need to get water. My water. Lamau George. Okay, let me see. New on what? Someone got auto George. Why are you saying KYS? I should maybe just turn off the filter, because I don't really care about like people saying bad stuff. Art showcase from a while ago. Let me see. Where is it? Meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow meow meow. Meow 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 meow. I think so. Right. I don't know how to make it easier for you, Unknown, because if you don't want to, if you're just drawing by vibes, it's kind of hard to adjust it. So I can only do adjustments based off of things that are more logical. But then there's a problem here is that you guys took it at an angle, so everything is distorted already. So that's kind of tricky here. Okay, can you tell me how you feel about it first? Do you have any specific questions? No, the tearing doesn't make a difference. I didn't even notice it. It's more of the perspective. The angle at which you took the photo makes it a little bit hard. I can't just trace over, because these things are shorter than what they actually are. Yeah, I can't trace it. It's kind of awkward. To do the adjustments on. How did you feel about this, Unknown? Did you feel anything? Is there anything you want to ask, or any comments before I start? Let's see. If not, I'll just start, I guess. Right. Anything specific? But anyways, I don't want to take up too much time here. But basically, I think this is yours, right? I think this says Unknown here, right? So if you're trying to draw a chibi-fied character, then I'm afraid you're not quite there. Like, this doesn't look like a chibi-fied character. It just looked like a really young character, like a lolly, or like a really, like a kid. because I'll get to that in a bit. Just within the realms of this, I think that probably is too much distance between the eyes, right? In general, like if you look at a human face proportion, in general you have one eye here, you have one eye here, and then the distance in the middle is about one eye wide. So your eye is about this big, and your eye is about this big. So this is a little bit wider than the usual proportion. There's a good metric here to sort of gauge how much space to put in the middle. You can just put exactly one eye's worth of size in there. That's one thing. I think your head is generally fine. It is a little bit squarish, but I think generally it's fine. Primarily, I'm looking more like at the neck, because the neck, I don't know where it is. It doesn't seem like there's an end here, so it looks like the neck is really thick. And then as for the arm and the body, you have to look at some anatomy stuff. If not, I don't really know how to guide. But like let's say your neck is maybe here, for example. Right? You need to have enough distance for the clavicle, which is the collarbone. You can feel your own, right? And then, oh wait, maybe let me make the shoulder width a little bit smaller here. And then your arms and so on and so forth. Actually, I can't really see what the objective here is. Maybe it's just like a normal setup here. But she's kind of keeping the knife behind her back, right? So you can kind of have the arms go behind the back, and then have the body sort of pop out in the front here. Right, so the arms are kind of hiding behind the back, if you can see it that way. Have the torso come forwards. Like, I'm just doing something very simplified here. I don't think this is very good anatomy on my part as well. But it has a little bit more structure. Right, you want to push the arms to the back, right? Because that's where your knife is. They're kind of like holding behind the back, and you can kind of just see a little bit of it, right? That's the idea. If you want to draw blood, you can make it trail down the tip here, for example, right? And have like a little droplet of it somewhere. And then hide, and then double line the part where it went over, so it looks a bit darker. You can do something like this. I'm not very good at drawing blood, so I'm not really sure. Some ideas for you, right? Primarily, if we just don't look at new stuff, like we just look at the stuff that you have here. I think your arms here are a little bit too bulgy, right? Like it looks like she has like huge deltoids, like huge shoulder muscles, which I don't think is the case for you, for this character, right? Because you have these curves that are starting at the same position and ending at the same position with the bulge widest in the center, right? It looks like a grape. It looks like a bunch of things connected like this. In human anatomy, it's a little bit rare for it to be perfectly matched up like this, right? You will see certain things where there's one bulge and then there's still another bulge, but like it's kind of off-centered if you look at it. It's not at the same point in the line. It's not like all in the middle. So you don't tend to see shapes like this. So even if you don't know muscles and you don't know anatomy, if you avoid this, it's already pretty good if you just avoid it. But if you're drawing like really cute characters, for the most part, you don't even define the muscles, right? Have you seen people who draw arms that are like just like this? They are just lines, like just a tube, right? Okay, this is a little bit too lanky, but like a bit too long, but you have characters, people drawing characters like this. Okay, I cannot draw hands that quickly, but and it will still be like not necessarily cuter per se, but like, you know, it doesn't involve the idea of muscles and like all these muscle tones and stuff, so it doesn't look as sort of masculine, right? It will look really stylized, right? Because you don't have any muscle tones at all, but it will still be a little bit gentler than having something like, say, what's this, like this setup over here that you have. But I think otherwise, like, it's pretty good. I can see the idea, right? Your face is aligned pretty well. There are some other personal stuff that I would change, but like without you doing some more anatomy stuff, it's kind of hard to explain why, because I don't really know how to explain that well for those parts. It's just a personal preference at the end of the day for me. So I think you can keep doing what you're doing if you like it. Hello, Igami. So that's for your character, right? If you want to do like a chibi fight character, a chibi fight character has a few has one main defining feature, proportion, like what's a feature? Characteristic. Chibi characters have one main defining characteristic, which is the fact that they have really huge heads, like gigantic heads, to the point where their body is only usually one or two head lengths, if you get what I'm saying. Anyways, let me just draw a quick one, I guess. Like chibi characters tends to be like this, right? They're really tiny like that. Like this. So if you really want to draw a chibi character, Unknown, you have to make sure that your head to body ratio is really big. Oh, sorry, it's like 1:1 or 1:2. So either 1:1 or 1:2. So you can make the body just ever so slightly bigger. But and then your face. If you notice, your eyes are kind of small in the entire area of the face. If you want to draw chibi characters, you're gonna bump that eyes really big, like huge. For the most part. And let me move the eye here. I don't draw chibis, so the balance is gonna be a little bit off. But if you look at any sort of stuff that people have done already out there, you get it. Once you start noticing it, it's gonna be really quick. It doesn't take a lot of time once you start to notice it. It's just that in the beginning you might not have thought about the proportions and stuff, and then when you try to draw it, it's gonna get really confusing and hard and stuff like that. But it tends to look more like this. Mine is really bad. This part is really bad because it's very squarish and stuff. But if you really want to go for a chibi fight character, you have to push it. You can see your head is this big, right? But I barely even see the entirety of the torso. Your character is roughly, I think, about this big. Maybe actually probably overdid it. Maybe it's like just like this. Maybe it's like this size. So you have 1 head's length, 2 head's length, 3.5 maybe 4 total. So yeah, you need to exaggerate that, but that's for yours. I think for your friend Wallet over here. Where's my stupid ass tablet stuff? I mean, I think the biggest offender would just be the eyes not being aligned here, right? The chin is here, and yeah, that's why it's nice to see some setups here, to just get a feel. Like if you guys had used like a set of guidelines, for example, it would be really obvious that the eye is like off, like a little bit higher than it needs to be. This eye is too high here, because usually the eyes are perpendicular to that vertical axis of the face, right? So I'm kind of seeing like your top of the head is here, your bottom of the chin is here, right? You kind of have this sort of setup going on here. And then if one eye is here, the other eye should logically be somewhere around here, right? It'll be somewhere like this. But then right now the eyes are kind of going this way. So that is, I think, the biggest offender here. That is not done correctly. That is not done correctly. But other than that, there's nothing else that's too serious. I think the years maybe will be a bit lower, but again, if you do like, right now we're looking at the paper from an angle, so it's really hard to see exactly how the perspective set up. And then other than that, I think like the anatomy, the anatomy is all right, I guess. Again, like this is a really strong like curve going in here. I would suggest again not to go this strong, but given that this is more a older lady, right, like a more mature woman, it is, humans do have this curve. Like you can see it on this lady's arm as well, and it doesn't mean that she's muscular. It just means that she's like very lean, right? She doesn't have a lot of fat. But this line going this way is just kind of weird. So Maybe they just maybe it's the sleeve, right? Maybe the sleeve is loose, maybe and so on. So I don't really know what's going on this side here. But then for the boobas, again, it's not really aligned. But as for where it should align, I think maybe at the very least you should align to the shoulders. Like if the shoulder top, like the top of the shoulders are here forming this line, there's no reason why the boobs, like the bottom of the boobs, will suggest that one is higher than the other. Unless of course this arm is raised, in which case you will pull this up, but that's not the case here. So everything is in this neutral position here. It shouldn't be tilted up, right? So it should be like more like somewhere here. Oh, sorry, it would be somewhere here. So this boob would be a bit lower like that. Right, and then as for like all these other lines here, you know, if you do some anatomy setups and stuff like that, it will make a lot more sense. Right now, I'm just gonna gloss over it. The hands as well, I think, right? The hands, right? Like if you want to get better at hands, learning setup is like learning the construction for the hands is always the best. Like learning construction for learning anything, like how to draw anything, is always the fastest because it teaches you it reduces the complexity down to really simple forms. But personally, I just like doing a lot, like drawing a lot and just gaining some experience with shapes and then not actually rely on construction too much. Because construction can get pretty stiff, and then I think hands are kind of like the kind of areas where... Actually, I don't know what this index is doing. What is this index finger doing? Yeah, learning silhouette, trying to get a feel for the shapes and the flow in the fingers and all these lines and all that. I'm not very good. I'm not saying that I'm great at it, but I'm saying that you know, you guys can try to do some of those kind of studies and stuff that might help. I think just looking at this, there's not enough volume on this pinky. So if you think about it, right, like if each finger is like a cube, right? If each finger is a cube, you have, let's say this finger here, you see the top, right? This is the top of the finger. The side of the finger is covered by the next finger, right? It will be like this. This will be the top of the next finger. So if this is like XXX, this is like the XXXXX of the next finger, right? And then you have like the side face of the XXX. And then finally you have the pinky. But the tricky thing about the pinky is that because it's on the side here, you not only see the top face, you also see the side face, right? So you not only see the top face, which will be here, you also see the side face, which will be here. So the area that you see for the middle finger, the ring finger, and then the pinky finger, you actually see much more volume here. So if you're saying that the top of the finger is already this wide, the pinky, even though it's a smaller finger, will actually be a wider area. And the only reason why when you draw it so big right now and it looks weird is because these areas are probably too wide for this length of finger. You probably need the finger to be a bit longer for this to work. Or you can also make the fingers a little bit smaller, so that when it comes to the pinky, it doesn't look so like outrageously like fat. But anyways, that's kind of the main gist I have for everything. Yeah, I think there's a lot of stuff that you can work on just from what I've said already, so I'm just gonna stop here. Igami and unknown George, are you guys coming? Yum. Anyways, unknown, if you have any other questions. Also Maxi, I don't think Maxi is here today, but Maxi's Mika Picasso study is really good. Like the colors are capturing the vibes very well, I think. The colors, the explosions, oh my god, this is actually really good. Are you do you wanna do stuff? Igami, do you wanna share stuff today? Uh, yeah, unknown. I'm limiting mostly to like one thing per person, just so that we don't get swamped. Because I am here mostly to work on my own stuff, and I do have to get things done. So do try your best. Align base to. Yeah, but if I say perpendicular, it's a little bit tricky, right? Because with perspective in, it might not necessarily be that strictly perpendicular. Also depends on where you draw the axis. So it's a little bit tricky to really put it into word, but theoretically it's always perpendicular because that's how the head is set up. So align eyes, I guess. I'll just leave some notes for you. I'm gonna nuke my atrocious drawing here. It doesn't really provide any values. Oops, not PNG. I'm just gonna name it ASDF, that's fine. Hello, Circle. The hair, is it okay for yours? I think it's fine. Like, how do I say this? Like, obviously, if you want something better... how do I say it? Obviously, you can always do better. But the thing unknown is that, like, currently, given, like, what everything else is doing, this is, like, your hair is really good. I don't mean this as, like, hey, everything else sucks, that's why it's good. Like, but, like... I mean... how do I say this? One thing at a time, unknown. I think currently, your hair is pretty good. Considering everything else together, it's pretty good. Because even if you don't bring the other parts up, even if you make the hair really refined, it's gonna look really weird as well. So it isn't gonna work until you bring everything else up a little bit. So I think in the meantime, it's good. Oh, is this yours, George? Wait, 1 second. Let me just reply it to the original. Oh, right, right, because you put it in the showcase, right? It's fine. I can copy the message link and I'll dump the thingy here. Yummy, yummy, yummy. Where is my stuff here? Cool. Help on proportion, George? Oh, let me see. Proportion. I don't know, it looks really good. Like I copy color palette from other. Yeah, I don't know, it looks really good. What are you feeling like it's an area of concern here? Let me just set things up real quick. Yeah, no problem, unknown. Copy error. Yeah, okay. Isn't it when I look at it compared to the reference? You mean like the proportion of the character? I don't know, I think it looks fine. Let me see. So this is the reference that you're thinking of, right? So you're saying that what you have doesn't. I actually think you did the booba pretty well. Like, because like if it's something this big, it tends to sag quite, like, it goes a lot lower than what it usually would be. That's why I feel like it looks really good. I actually feel like because it's going so low, that you have a more realistic representation of what is happening. Right? Because how do I say this? Like, maybe there are some inaccuracies here, but like given the setup for the neck here, and like kind of the shoulder width, I think it's a stylistic thing. Like maybe you're not quite. Wait, let me see actually. Maybe this other arm I would have pulled back a bit, but like I think other than that, everything else looks fine. This is kind of far for me, but like again, I think it's well within stylistic choice though. Like, I think it feels like it's well within like the acceptable limits of like changing the anatomy and stuff for it to work. It does look flat like 2D. Maybe some shading and perspective for help. Shading. Oh right. Yeah, I guess it does look flat. Flat. Excuse me. But you're just worried about the boobs, right? Can I just check? Are you worried about something else? I'm not necessarily very good at proportions myself, per se. Kokorahen? Actually, I can't see it because of the possibly lack of shading at this point, but I think it's somewhere here that you have it. It is a little bit lower, right? It is quite a bit lower, but then really I think it's like this size, and if she's a bit older, I think I don't know, it looks really natural to me. I think, how do I say this? Like, the guidelines that I have set up here is more for my usual sort of the way I like to draw things. So it's not really gonna fit that well with what you have here, because it's just a different of taste, a matter of taste. Because if I were to do it, I would have put it higher, but just because of my personal preference. I honestly think, just looking at what you have here, it is fine. If it bothers you, maybe you can shift it a little bit higher, just by like maybe like move the top to go somewhere here. Then this would be, this tip here maybe be like a little bit higher. I'm gonna have to continue. This is pretty hard because I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong here. Yeah, because once I start to do my setup, right, like it's not gonna line up just because the way I draw would be different. I will move the hips lower and I will move the breasts a little bit higher, just for personal preference. But it definitely feels like I've seen this kind of style before, like in terms of human anatomy stylization, right? Like changing the proportions to be something a little bit more like what you have here. I feel like I've seen that before. Hello, Hawk. When you say proportion, George, I thought you mean like the character in relation to the building. Yes, hello, Hawk. Welcome. How am I? Pretty okay, I think. Amongst all the 236 streams, I think this day is an average, somewhere in the middle. How about you, Hawk? How are you? That's the wrong emphasis. How are you? How are you? Then a reference to the character boobs I try to get. Okay, okay, okay. This is how massive the boobs are? Okay, was that in the original? Oh, I see, I see, I see. Nice reference, though. I mean, if that's the case, it looks like it's not enough, right? If this is what you wanted, I think it's not enough. Then. Right, is that what you want? You want bigger boobs? Oh, that's your friends. Oh, okay. Okay, so you want to match this character 100%. That is what you're trying to go for. Ooh, okay. So I'm definitely not a good person to ask about big boobas. I would try. So this is my own setup here at this point, I think. She is definitely more of the mature type, right? So keeping the same face proportion here. Pulling the torso and the... So pulling the torso about this size, I think this what bumps it up to 2.5. Yeah, about 2.5 times the head size. So that's well above, like, I think what is required. I think that's fine for what we're going for. Like a whole big, like, very mom type body, I guess. Very, very big. Hello, Uni. I think my weakness is everything unknown. Like, that's how it is for everyone. That's just gonna be how it is. Alright, let me see. Within the current setup, I do kind of like the current setup though. I don't think it's... Wait, hang on. And I need a copy of this too on my screen here. I actually really like what you have here. Honestly, I don't... Like, how do I say this? If you want to make it bigger, that's definitely... you know, if you want that, that's fine, right? Like, you can definitely make it bigger if you want to. But I think what you have here is also really nice. Like, it's not overly exaggerated, right? It's a realistic type of, like, really big breasts. Not ridiculously big, like perhaps what we have on the right here. Maybe try to bump it up nonetheless, I think, if you would like. Because, like, when it gets this big, it's really tricky. It becomes... like, it sags down, and then also because there's so much volume, and then... Like, I don't know, like the interaction with the clothing, right? Because the clothing, if you're wearing clothing, the breasts get pushed together. But if you're not wearing clothing, they open up a lot more to the side. And then there's like physics and so on and so forth and all that. And then that gets really tricky. That takes a lot of experience, I think. Which I do not have, nevertheless. So what am I setting up here? I want to set up... Ooh. I want to see your stuff underneath, but if I do this, I don't know if you can see my stuff. Yeah, this shoulder is interesting, but I don't feel like it's bad though. It's just a different type of stylization. I don't want to change it. I want to work within it, but then I kind of have to work against my own instincts here. So I feel like it's yeah, because I don't know where the setup is at the moment, right? So if we get this set up and then I so what? Usually I would put it here, right? This would be like a normal kind of big. Now we're bumping it up to humongous proportions. The larger ribcage that they have. Right. Yeah, I don't want to change the shoulder width and all that. And this is an entire drawing challenge in and of itself, I think, to like go for something a little bit. Oof. Even if I draw something, George, I don't think it'd be better than what you have right now. I think right now, I really like how it is right now. Oh, sorry, perspective. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's not quite possible for me to do something satisfying. So okay, how do I say this, right? Like, it's definitely out of my comfort zone. And without any experience to back it up, I cannot reliably say that I think it looks good. So what's gonna happen is I'm gonna have, like, a quote-unquote an attempt. And that would be that. Whether if it is correct or if it looks good or not, I'm gonna be honest, I don't think it's going to look any better than what you have here. I do need references then. Oh yeah, of course it's not gonna give me anything, thank you. Changing to anime works? Okay. I don't know if these are AI or not. Pinterest does have a lot of photos. But for some reason they all show nipples, so I kind of feel like these are generated nonsense. What about... Okay, let me see. Can I... Yeah, don't worry about it, George. I am trying because I want to try as well. I just don't think I can provide a better, more satisfying answer. Because, yeah, like, secking it lower, I don't think it's right either. If you just... at least... Not for this size yet. Maybe it would have to be even bigger to justify that. I don't think my perspective is enough, and maybe I need to push it a little bit over. Alright, see you later, unknown. Yeah, it's with the shoulder work that locks. So it locks the shoulder. Right, so the sequence locks here. I'm not pushing it this way. Doesn't that imply that this is the target? What? opposed to the normal, right? This is all still Fontaine. It's just underwater, above water, in the city, not in the city, that kind of stuff. But it's all still Genshin's Fontaine. Very appropriate as we're discussing the arts. Line or something? Why am I not reading the... All the really bubbly underwater vibey ones are, well, the underwater ones. And these are, how do I say, this video here is a different one from the one that we always listen to. So it might sound a little bit unexpected, I suppose. But it's all the same tracks, I do believe. Yeah. I always find myself listening to all these compilation ones, and then over time I don't treat them as separate songs anymore. It's one long continuous 45-minute song. Each one, I know how each one transitions into the next other part, and then it's kind of weird when it changes, when I swap something out. Yeah, the shoulder width. Lamau, skill issue. Yeah, like, okay, so funny you should joke about that, because there are compilation videos that put really quiet music next to the battle music. Like, hello? What are they trying to give us? Like that's actually just a big troll. For her back goes inwards too much. Oh, this part. Because I didn't know how to make it fit. I guess then... Oh, oops. Actually, the thing that caught me really off guard in this one was mostly just how the hips come out this way that much. I'm not sure... Oh, okay, wait, hang on. So it's just that she's facing us a little bit more than I have, I think, right? I think maybe I turned it too much to the left on our left here. Maybe I could have moved this. Make the hips a lot wider. Right, but the booba kind of suggests that it's facing to the left. And then if it's left, okay, so where does it end? If it ends here. More back than I think. So it'd be like that. But doesn't it seem like the body, the torso is too short then? If I make the ribcage like even wide, like the upper torso even wider. Yeah, it feels like there's no waist anymore. Because if it goes all the way back there, that means the ribcage needs to reach that part, right? Kinda. It kind of needs to touch a little bit. Like this part is kind of separated, but then now there is no space for the waist. That's why I was trying to squish this in. But like the thing is, without all these like setups and behind, this looks fine to me. It doesn't look like it's really squished or anything's missing or anything like that. That's why I really had the waistline going in, because I felt like this is probably not facing us this much. It probably is like a rather small torso, but with like really stylized everything else. Like the rib cage, it feels like, to me it feels like it's pretty small. Because otherwise the hips cannot be here. And the reason why I think the hips are here is because it just looks good. I just want it to be here. It's not like we can't change it, but like I do like what I see, so I'm trying to rationalize why that is the case. That like what I'm seeing. And then we have the boobs that sag way below the usual like sort of midpoint at the sternum here, at the end of the sternum here. Due to the sheer volume here. And then the shoulders here is also definitely different from how I would do it. Because I don't know, that like the traps here, I don't think I've ever drawn it like this this much coming out. But I like what I'm seeing though, like this is man, like this gives me like I feel like I've seen like cartoon books or like Western art cartoon books for like children or something with this kind of stylization, where it's a little bit, no George, like how do I say this, like sorry, what was your original concern, George? You thought that the proportion looks weird, right? And maybe, okay, so how about this, because for me the proportion that you have I think looks great. I like what I'm seeing. I can't really seem to rationalize why that is the case, but I do like what I'm seeing at first glance and also at this point in time. So it would appear that I'm unable to sort of help you in this regard. If you have issues with the breast proportion, for example, maybe if you have your own sort of anatomy setup, maybe you didn't have one, perhaps, because I think if you had one, you probably wouldn't be necessarily that unsure about the boobs proportion, because then in your head it would be justified from a construction. Is that accurate? Did you have something like a guideline or something like that, like a sketch underneath this? I see. Because I think from the sketches it might be a little bit easier to tell like what is going on with the way you set it up, and then maybe from there I can see like, hey, the construction here seems a little bit iffy, or like I would have done it slightly differently or something like that. Because as it stands right now, I like what I'm seeing, and I don't think I can really fix anything. Actually, now I'm getting some vibes where this shoulder seems to be a little bit higher, but I think it's also kind of okay. Maybe I'll just lower it by like a pixel or something, but like, yeah, anyways, I don't think that's really that. It just reminds me of some stuff that I've seen. It's kind of hard to say that there's anything wrong with it. It doesn't feel like there is anything wrong with it, but just stylization. But beyond that, I think like this rendering, where's the light coming from? This side? Kind of top down, right? Yeah, then again, our forms stuff is also kind of sus. Yeah, sorry, George. I don't know if I can really help you here. Well, sorry, I mean, I don't think I can help you. I do think this is a bit awkward though, this part here. I'm not sure if this is still a work in progress. I imagine it is. Sorry, is this a work in progress? It might not be though, but like I just think this part is kind of weird. It's how do I say this? If the light is coming down and you want to show like there's that dip here, right? Generally, I don't think, like... Yeah, like, cause you have a dark line here, you have a dark line here, and I don't know what this is. Maybe it's like a foe or something. But I don't think it's that tight up here, is it? Oh no, actually maybe I should be the one looking for references. Did you have a reference? Let me check. Oh yeah, because they don't have the boob size, right? Okay, that makes sense. Right, she doesn't have the size to reference properly from. But I think this is probably how I would have done it. Is probably I would just have like take an airbrush and put like a bunch of like a little bit of shadow here, and then maybe you can carve up, like take an eraser to the airbrush and carve up a little bit of space from there, I think. Something like this, I think. If you like airbrushes though, I don't know if that's necessarily your kind of thing, but... Yeah, I don't know also, like, would it be that strong? It's also kind of weird right now I'm saying this. Yeah, I think the only thing I can kind of offer is just my thoughts on constructing and setting things up with more perspective related stuff. All the rendering and color and shapes and forms, I think I'm in the same boat, I think. It's a work in progress from here on out. How would I paint this actually? Yeah, no problem, George. Actually, just without is also kind of nice, is it not? Can always have the typical like a couple of lines across to show that it's kind of tight here, and so on and so forth. Oh, oops. Oh, yeah, I can't do that. I'm trying to get some like more force, because like big boobas, right? The apron, if it's not built for that kind of size, it probably is pretty tight, and there will be maybe a little bit more seams here as the tension happens at the very tip here, you know, across this area. I guess it's not going to be at the very tip. Very tippy tip. Alright, but I don't know how necessarily it will look. But if that's the case, wouldn't this part be really exaggerated then? Hello, Devay. Actually, I'm not sure yet. Probably like if you can find references with big boobas and stuff like that, it'd probably be a lot better than what I can offer here. Anyways, thank you, George. Take a bit longer because I was trying to figure out the thing. Yeah, the line in between thing is kind of like I always see it when the boobs are really big and the thing is really tight and stuff. Yes, Meliodas is our... Anyways, thank you, George. I was just it's time to go back. Meliodas. Oh, it didn't. Sorry, I bumped the mic again. Goddamn. It's in a bad spot today, it looks like. Oh, wow, okay. Very nice. Let me yoink. Let me put it in Duvay's daily stream thread here. There you go. Oh yeah, I really like this. I like the way that the rendering is done. Yeah, this render is crazy. I cannot right click. Yeah, this is very crazy. This is at the very tippy top of the other of mastery of everything. Wait, hang on, let me 1 second. Actually no, I gotta go to the I gotta step away for a bit. I'll be right back. Okay. Like that. Yep. So yeah, the comp, the colors, the values, the textures, the balance of everything, which falls under comp. Shapes for the hairs, shapes for the clothing. A lot of colors here and there. This is my kind of the kind of style that I do like, I think. It's mostly hard edges and stuff, and then there's a good amount of textures. And the colors are vibrant and saturated, but not overly so. I think maybe this one is slightly on the more side. Yeah, this is the kind that I should like. I think color studies should be done on stuff like this to really figure out like what's going on. They really like the... Oh no, never mind. I was gonna say they like blue and purple or something, but... What? Oh, I need to open it up. If not, the high res doesn't get loaded. They put like a very consistent canvas texture on this, I think. No. Right. Well, that's the secret, huh? Mm. Trying to look at these edges and see exactly how tight they are. Yeah, I was gonna say like it's not necessarily that tight, but it's also pretty tight already, considering like how should I say this, man? Like I think in the past I did mention I don't like marker brushes, right? And then later on discovered it's really good too for painting. But then like cleaning up the shapes is still tricky. And then when I was looking at this, I looked at all the textures and then I looked at the skin on the ties and I started to see all these shapes and I noticed that hey, I didn't notice that before. I wonder if it's because of the texture. So maybe if you put like a noticeable texture across everything, maybe that makes the slightly rougher or less refined and less hard and less clear edges appear more refined and more clear, just because like everything else is kind of like toned down, I guess. But it's still pretty tight though. Like I mean, like you can see like a brighter spot and then a little bit of a transition, and then that. I guess that makes a lot of sense. So I think over here, maybe stuff like this is not necessarily tight, but like it's still really tight considering it's a painting. There's a lot of other stuff. It takes a lot of time to render everything out. And then the thing that I'm thinking of maybe also doesn't really fit. Let me see, what did ass, the one for ass look like? Yeah, because these edges are really clear. They're just like whoop, and then like you don't see a brushstroke necessarily for soft edge transitions. Some of the ones here maybe a little bit more, but ass stuff is like cleaner, even cleaner. This just feel more refined, right? Cause like the edges feel a lot more under control versus like if it's doubled up like that. And then I guess maybe there's like some bits and pieces of textures left in there, but I'm just trying to clear up the setup in my head. Not trying to critique or anything. Not saying one's better than the other. Oh man. Very strong. There's so many things, so many pieces too. Oh, look at that. Is this what, like, are these like official works? I don't think I've seen. Although I guess like, why would I expect myself to be aware of everything? But like, I wonder if they mean they just did it as like a fan art kind of thing. But then why? Wait, what? Project, right? What is all this? Right. Right. I guess what I'm not sure about is whether if these are like official commissions from the original company, or are these like like, you know, like I see like some of these are charity and stuff, right? What are these accounts, man? I've never seen this before. What do they do? Do they what? Oh, you guys can't see this part. Because these look like, yeah, I don't know what fanzines are. So are like the people making the magazines paying artists, like commissioning artists to make stuff then, I guess? And then they will then sell the magazines? Or are they just releasing everything for free and just getting art for free and stuff like that? Just artists coming to make... Okay. I mean, I've seen the Comic Cap equivalent of like of that. So it's just another way that artists can participate and create something and maybe get like more exposure, stuff like that. Send most of the profits to charity. Oh, interesting. Dang, this is a whole new world that I've never I guess I've never really been aware of. I guess I sort of knew in the back of my head, at least the Japanese ones. I've seen some artists coming together to make some character-based, like themed art books and stuff like that, but oh, okay. Huh. Anyways, thank you, Devedo. This is crazy. I think at some point we should maybe do a... Yeah, anyways, at some point I probably do it when I start doing color studies. I'll be looking for stuff like this, because these are the ones that I can learn the most from, I imagine. Oh, sorry, this is the... Wait, what? Cardstock... Isn't it just like a place for your links and stuff? You can turn it into this now? Anyways, right, where is uni? Oh, right here. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, right, sorry, let me send this to... Oh, it looks really cool. Wait, is this like bound the same way as like those these kind of books, I guess? Do they show like what the book looks like? Digital bundle washi tape. I never played the game, so... General info. It's just meant to look like one. I see, I see. It's been a while, huh? Like this one. Salted the book in a behind the scenes video taking a Super Giant Games video. Oh, I see. Yeah, this is really cool, right? Like you can get more exposure, you can get something physical out there. Maybe next year. Maybe next year. Wow. I mean, it's nice. I remember like when I first got my stuff on like a book because of the Japanese club. It was weird. It's seeing your shit on in a book. I'm gonna get back to my regular thing. Thanks to everyone for sharing. Really good feeling. I guess I would say surreal. Whether if it's good or bad is up to you. In general, it's more of just like a bit more of a shock. But we imagine that it's more of a good thing than not, right? It's just weird. It's in like, wait, this is happening kind of thing. Like, what is happening right now kind of thing. That doesn't count. I also have a daily. Should I just save it for next week? Oh, sorry. I was thinking of daily as in like you had something you had to draw for like a different server or something. I was kind of confused for a bit. Save it for next week. I don't know. It's up to you, I suppose. If you want to share. I can do one more. But yeah, like I don't know if I. Yeah, we can share for sure. I was gonna say that I don't have any. Probably won't be able to make any comments, but like that's kind of every time, so it's not really any reason why not to. Well, I mean, like if you're asking, it's since the beginning of the stream, kind of. But it's all good. It kind of is, you know, that's kind of how it goes, I think. Deitaku. DEI, man, like the DEI, all the stuff around it always makes it. Oh, okay. Alright, this is more my kind of thing. A little bit easier to imagine myself drawing this than every other thing so far. Oh, oops. How do I remove the... Damn, I hope the chat is Chanto is properly preserved. Why did I go Japanese mode? Yeah, lines to hold it, and then the shading, mostly type, but then there's a little bit of miscellaneous here and there. Okay. I'm talking mostly to myself. To tell myself to not be too particular about it. This is kind of like a Pokemon-esque design with like this thing here. Character designer, huh? Okay, I'm getting stuck on rendering related things again. I wanted to see how clean this was, and it's not as clean as I thought. That seems to be the theme. Every time I feel like it looks really clean, I go, oh yeah, it's not necessarily that tight, but it still works really well. What's in store for today? Oh, like my own stuff. I'm just going to draw my Ellen Joe with her big ass tail for today. Once I get warmed up, because I need to get I need to get my hands loosened up before I can start doing lines. How much is it? It's not even that high though. Wait. What are they? They are still seeking too. Wait, what? What are they doing? So just mostly character-based art like this, right? Like. But I'm guessing these do not involve design work. Oh wait, it does. Wait, no, wait, hang on. Yeah, okay, I guess they didn't... Oh yeah, can I see this? I always feel so weird looking at other people's... Oh, you need access, okay. Because I'm wondering if they do design work, because I have my next character, right, that I want to bring out, and like Ria herself is a bit hard to work with because too many things tied up, right? I don't even know her character personality and stuff like that, so completely stuck. But the next character is very well fleshed out in terms of other stuff, but we don't have any clothing yet, and I do eventually want to get to that personally, but it's just that it will also be interesting to see what really established and successful and really masterful people, how they would approach the thing and what kind of ideas they would generate. And as long as if you're paying for it, you know, and you get the commercial rights to then use it for your own personal use, then it's like a great way to iterate a bunch of, well, assuming you have the money, of course, but it's a great way to iterate a bunch of designs. But theirs is not that expensive, right? It's only like $150. So like, I feel like it's very affordable. Get some ideas from the pros and see how they will expand, and then we can get a lot more than just one design, right? You can learn a lot of stuff too. Oh, I'm getting spicier the lower you go. I do kind of want to start talking to people. I was also looking at the VGen. Thank you, Uni, by the way. Another great artist for the books, for the history books. Let me put it into my history book real quick. I like this one more. Orange and black has always been like the color combination I liked a lot. Ria is like the character that's been around for a really long time, but the first one that I did color, the one that came like a year after Ria, was actually orange and black based. I used to have a Nike bottle with like orange and black, I think, too. I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about. There's like that Nike bottle where if you squeeze it, like the nozzle like spurts out some water and shit like that. I don't know what it was called back then. Everyone had one of those, every single kid. And we would just like use it to spray water at each other, basically. So what was I saying? Right, VGen, right? I was also thinking like of the VTuber thingy. But that one would have to come after character design, clothing design, and every other thing is sorted out before I can start going around asking for prices and stuff. Man, but even if I ask for prices now, it's gonna be like at least a year out, I imagine. I guess that means I have a year to sort out the programming if I want to do it properly. Right, anyways, just briefly, I think... Well, originally the plan was to take this sketch, right? And I want to render it in multiple different ways. Previously, we do have that stylistic alignment nonsense, which actually after a while I'm starting to already sort of deviate away from that, because this alignment nonsense thingy, I guess some of it will change slightly based on mood, as like for example what is considered clean, what's considered a little bit rougher, or what is considered a little bit more refined. Stuff like that would slightly have a bit of variance. And also at this point we haven't really done enough of each one to really cement it. It is slightly stable, like more stable than the usual nonsense. Right, there's a tendency to tend towards certain preferences. So that's what I mean by stability. But we haven't done enough for that to really cement and really stay constant and consistent throughout. But in any case, I was thinking that at some point, right, we do kind of want to have one illustration that is rendered in all these different ways, so we can see the specific difference in the decision making, right, when all other things are kept constant in terms of character, in terms of comp, and lighting, and so on and so forth. So that's kind of what I wanted to do with this. But now I'm not 100% sure, right? Because I can do we have the rough sketch. We can do one that's like more like this. I'm gonna skip this because there's no real value in this, I think. We can do one that's a simple color one. And then maybe we can do something that's a little bit cleaner and more refined, or just more painterly, for example, like more painterly like this. And see what the difference is. Could be interesting. I could also just run out of time and decide to not do it because seems to be a common theme. But that's the more complete answer to what you were asking about, Igami. But there's something on my screen. I think it's a scratch on my screen. My pen seems to be going into this gap. Oh yeah, it's a scratch. I can see like the lights coming through weird, but considering this thing is like over 10 years old, man, this thing has lasted so long. Quality is so good. Actually, today is Black Friday. If I want to buy like a new tablet, today is the day, you know. But I can't just betray my my partner like that. Although I do kind of want to buy a new computer. But then the counter argument to the computer is that it's gonna come with Windows 11. And it's going to be absolute dog shit. Yeah, I did say new tablet, but I also did say that I'm not gonna get one. George. My coworker is really funny. He got a new scooter, which is great, but considering he already has 2 scooters, why the hell does he need 3 in total? And he also has 3 bikes. Like what? What is he spending his money on? It can downgrade easily? Oh, is that right? You know what? I never considered that. Shame on me. Work in software. I never considered downgrading. Shame on me. Right. If we want to do it, we have an hour, I guess. Right. If it, like, I don't know, like, when exactly does it still end and start? I've never really bought anything on Black Friday or Cyber Monday or like one of those promotional nonsense. So it might already be over, considering PST is kind of slow. But then again, PST is also the entirety of West Coast and California, so I guess it should still be active. Man, it'd be like a couple $1,000 though if we want something really good. Right. Valuable information, Uni. Thank you. Free information. Nice, nice, nice. Alright, now my Pinterest is all big boobas. Let me go back to... Oh yeah, go back to the swimsuit, of course. Very cool. This is safe for YouTube, clearly. Yeah, I need something that is long, slender, and then we can run the lines. Get the sequence aligned, and then I'm gonna go on. Oh, everyone's getting to the beta. Oh, lied about computer specs. I see, I see. Right, they were... Yeah, they did say they're gonna open again, right? Something, something. I do remember seeing that. How nice. People playing games. How nice. Open yesterday? Ah. Maybe in my Link's life I can play some more games. So maybe that's New Hope. Oh, I see. When is the game gonna release? Seems like it's gonna take a while, quite a while more. Anfield. It's just like another Genshin copy though, right? Just with... Well, not even necessarily with the characters that we are familiar with. With a new set of characters for the most part. January? Oh, I see. Sorry, Paco, is he someone in our server? Goes to show I'm not very familiar with the ongoings of the current. Factorio than Genshin? Oh my god. Hello? Build factories, conveyor belts? Paco the artist? I have no idea who that is. Someone famous, I bet. I see. I mean, I do like the genre. Like, you guys heard of Starbirds? Like Quartzgazerk? The YouTube channel that does a bunch of science not documentaries, but like sciencey videos with the birds and the really cartoonish, very stylized animated video. They released like a game that's also kind of like Factorio and stuff. It's called Starbirds on Steam. I like that kind of games. It is although it depends on like. Hopefully they made it for people who don't have a lot of time or don't really want to optimize everything. Otherwise it's pain. Base building is a big aspect. What's the last base building game I played? The first one that came to mind was Fallout. Another settlement is under attack. Oh my god. Too lazy to draw things properly. I think for the most part it should be fine. The loading is a bit weird, but seems stable enough. Okay. Alright. Okay, what am I left with here? I think I want to fix the feet, and then other than that, I can just go. What layer is doing what? What is this? Empty layer. Okay, great. Oh, we have references. None that I can use though. Okay, very cool. Oh, wait a second. What do I need to show? Let's do this. Oh, my keyboard got jammed. Alter sequence, right? Okay, alter. Run the sentence. Oh, I hope Anfield's got good music. crazy if it was better music than Fontaine. I guess if I don't play the game, it's never gonna sound that great to me, right? Slamming? Oh, okay. Like, if it's like really cool battle music and stuff, that's not the kind that I am I'm just guessing from the word choice there. You said slamming. I'm looking for... what am I looking for? Emotional, melancholy. Good for work, like what we have right here, for example. This feed is not very nice. Yeah, it's this is too, I see. Make it a bit gentler, I think. Likely be more reassured later. Right, Pinterest, give me anime feet. I'm sorry, we cannot find any pins for this search. Yes, you can. Anime feats. Okay. Anime feet drawing. Come on, I know there's one way to make it work. We make it give me stuff. So feet drawing does make it, it's fine. No anime feet. But feet drawing has nothing but anime feet. So very cool. これにしようかな。Oh, it's not the right angle. But then again, wait, is it that one that was before? No, it's this one. It's also not really this one. No, it is this one. Something like that. Look at that. Ooh. Sorry, my playlist? I don't have a playlist. I go on YouTube and whatever YouTube suggests me, if I like it, and I go for it. Like if I remember, oh, I've listened to this before and I like it, and I go for it. The thing that really stuck out to me thus far that I've really liked, at least recently, is, well, Fontaine never goes wrong. This is, Fontaine is like, what is Fontaine like? Fontaine is like our hometown at this point, I think. Our spawn point, our town of beginnings. There's also this this jazz arrangement for this artist called Hebi. And even though it's a Japanese sounding name, because it would just mean snake if it's Japanese, but apparently it's a Korean, I'm not sure if she's like a really famous singer necessarily. I mean, she is very popular, decently popular, but I don't know how famous they are. Mostly Korean songs. But for some reason that jazz just really stands out. Like, yeah, like it's really good for working for me, even though I've never heard it before. That's also the One Piece lo-fi, which is really good. Oh, just One Piece music in general, pretty good. There's also Porter Robinson, right? One of the few artists that we can listen to without getting nuked on stream here. What else is there? I can't remember what else we did before. Oh yeah, Gura. But I mean Saba. I mean, I guess it's the same. Like Gura and Saba, both of them did a lot of karaoke. I'm just going down my... Oh, wait, I can show you guys. This is what comes out. Oh, now it doesn't want to show me because it's too... this is what it looks like for me. Maybe like this reminds you of not Terraria, Stardew Valley as well. Stardew Valley is pretty good. Bunch of lo-fi. Some AI stuff that pops out once in a while. I think the only video so far out of the 236 that never got copy strike yet is the original Genshin music and stuff. And I guess it's the derivatives are probably okay. Although I don't know for a fact. Maple Story was actually okay too, I think. Oh yeah, Maple Story. Apple Arcade, 2-month free trial. Oh, Stardew Valley. Oh yeah, Stardew Valley. Oh man, I hate myself for not being able to enjoy games like a little bit more in a more relaxing manner. Cause like Stardew Valley, right? It's meant to be relaxing. But the min-maxing you can do with the fucking crops, man. Holy shit, drives me insane every time. That it's like, oh, I gotta plan now. I gotta do some math. I'm gonna be like, oh, okay. I want to make this much money by this point in time so I can get that many of this and then do that and then do this. And then it just becomes work. It's like all these factorial... I guess, are they considered base building games too? Yeah, if I were to psychoanalyze myself a little bit more, I think the reason why I cannot stop doing stuff like that is because I feel like I have nothing else in real life, and then everything I do is I'm trying to make up for not having something else to show for it. And I think, I mean, again, it all comes back down to art. Now that I find myself being able to draw a little bit more comfortably, at least some of these simpler stuff, I find myself, it's a lot easier to take a slower approach to everything else now. All of a sudden, it's like, oh yeah, you know what? It's fine. I can walk home a little bit slower today. It's fine. I don't have to run back. Easy to master, like what, Stardew Valley? Ah, I see what you're saying, right? Oh yeah, you're right. Alright, it's a lot more straightforward, it's a lot clearer. The improvements are very visible, very tangible, very immediate. It's also easier to achieve it. Ah yes, Flash with Toes. Very nice, Igami. Great stuff. Man, you guys remember the song Who Let the Dogs Out? Wait, hang on. Is this gonna be an age thing? Wait, how old is that song? 2000. 2000. Released in 2000 on the dot. Please don't tell me that you guys don't know what the song is. Okay. 25 years ago. I'm scared because, like, man, people I met in game are like so much younger now. And yeah, I don't know if they know songs like this. These are kind of memey, I guess. They do kind of like get spammed once in a while. I haven't heard it in a long time, but back then it was always spammed here and there. Who let the dogs out? Who? Yeah, maybe they, I mean, they have like more brain rot stuff, you know. There's always new stuff that cover up the old stuff. So like, let me ask next time I meet some of my younger VR chat friends and see if they know about it or not. Oof. I'm about to feel my mortality. Feel myself dying. That one meme where it's like, what was it? Was it the end of Marvel with Captain America just aging because he chose not to go back in time or something? Or go back to the future or something and decided to live his life out or some shit. and then he just aged. Oh, was it? No, it wasn't that actually. It was wasn't it Matt Damon? Oh yeah, it's Matt Damon. Never mind. It's something else. Oh, it's Saving Private Ryan. This stupid ass meme, man. This meme is. This meme is so cursed because I can feel it. I can physically feel it, and that sucks. I hate it. Also, I saw another Japanese tweet today. Oh, you don't get it? Wait, Circle, you don't get the meme? The meme is like the meme itself is simple. It's just that when you see something, like let's say like do you guys remember like like back in the day that's like floppy disks and stuff like that? Have you guys used floppy disks before? Have you used this before? So imagine this, right, Circle? As someone who has used this before, I talk about this. And then people in like the people that I'm talking to are just like, what the hell are you talking about? What is a floppy disk? Then at that moment, I would feel this because I am from a different era. I clearly feel it now. I feel that I am from a different time, right? There are things that make sense and it's pretty natural for like it's common sense that isn't even like these people are not even aware of it. It's yeah, this is what it used to be like when you're storing data. If you're installing Windows, instead of having like a USB stick, right? Nowadays, maybe you have a USB stick, maybe you don't have that. Maybe you just use the ISO and you hot load it or something. But in the past, like Windows is on a stack of floppy disks because the floppy disk storage isn't that high. Granted, the OS isn't that high, like that big either, but it's a stack of floppy disks, and you have to put the disk into the freaking computer one by one. Like you will put it in, it will install a little bit, the disk will pop out, you take it out, you put in the next one, and you have to do it in sequence. That's how you install Windows on a new computer. Anyways, you know, that's a part of that. It's a bygone era. It is kind of cool. Like, how do I say this? If you guys get a chance to experience VR, it's already kind of like slightly getting more and more mature, right, as the years goes on. But like, if you guys get a chance to use it, I always think like you guys should definitely try VR. If you can loan it from a friend, if you can just borrow it from a library or school or something like that, or try it in like a mall, I think it's worth trying. It's not very good, but I think that's precisely why you should, because this is the beginning of a new series of technology, and it's interesting, right? Because if you've used floppy disk before and you're now using, I don't know, like 1 terabyte USB sticks, you feel it, the difference. You feel like, oh my god, like what like the world has really changed. And it's like the beginning of VR, and I thought it was pretty cool. Like if you can try it, like VR, oh shit, it's like this, it's pretty cool, it's pretty cool. And then like maybe 10 years down the line, you'll be like, oh my god, I don't recognize this world anymore. Then again, I don't know, like I guess that will make you feel old. So maybe you don't want to do it because you don't want to feel old. I don't know what I'm talking about, but 300 MB max USB stick. Oh, the USB sticks I remember are like 2 gigs or 4 gigs, I think. I don't have very good uses for it. I remember having like a stack of CDs that we would use to burn data into and store it. It's kind of crazy to think about. Like nowadays, computers don't have a CD reader anymore, right? But back in the day, we would have a built-in CD writer too. And you can burn CDs. And you can rip data and dump data onto CDs and share with friends and stuff like that. I will listen to music via CDs on like the cassette, the radio. Oh, I remember playing with cassettes too. Oh my god. I was really young though. I'm not that much of a relic, guys. I'm not that old, guys. Not yet. Give it a few more years. Yeah, like the cassette tapes, the ones with the magnetic tapes inside, and you have to where you have to rewind it because it only plays one way. Like you can do the side A and side B, right? But if you want to play one of the sides, and if it's not in the correct side right now, you have to rewind it to have it play the correct side and stuff. But I'm screwing up this feed because I think it's not in the right perspective. I think this is a little bit more this way instead. And I have to fix the sizes and stuff like that, but... Oh man, this kind of sucks. No solid understanding of the structure just yet. Man, I hope if they ever discover the ability to upload brains into computers, I hope I still make the cutoff, man. Maybe man. Wouldn't it suck if you're like the last person to ever die? And everyone else is just freaking in like the mainframe, like the freaking and like the freaking literal clouds. I don't know. All those movies where there's like people living in computers and stuff like that. In like the satellite and like a orbit of like a dying planet and shit like that. Yeah, Elon Musk is doing the neural chip thingy, right? I don't know. Tail doesn't look right. I don't like what this part looks like. It's also not balanced very well, I think, in terms of the width. But for the most part, it's got the right idea, so I'm leaving it because it's easy to fix later if I do want to. There are some shapes that I would fix for the tail, for sure. For the most part, it's kind of okay. Is that really living? Dude, I don't care. Personally, I don't care. Because, like, how do I say this? Right? If you think about it, right, is reality real? Right? It's just, at the end of the day, it's just the chemical signals in your head anyways. So, like, it is what it is, right? It doesn't really matter too much if it's like from a computer or from your eyes and like all your other parts of your body sending signals and stuff. If I can live longer and create more things, sign me up, broski. Sign me up. Because presumably then you don't really have to work anymore, right? I'm just gonna do it the same thing every day, very cool. And then when I'm sick of it, I can kill myself then. So that's great. Is the base too thick? Right. So I think I don't really fully get the anatomy, right? Because clearly there's a tailbone here that kind of connects, and then the meat must build around the bone. The way I always draw really thick tails is that, let me see. Like if this is the crotch here, I will assume that the tail is fat enough that it kind of connects out like this. Like that. From the front, and then like from the back, it will be a little bit higher than where the... Hang on, let me get a quick sketch in. Triangle here. Is it there? Crap, how do I do this? Anyway, so like the tailbone's here. Wait, is it there? Is it there? Right, somewhere there, right? So the width will be a bit higher, I guess. And then it will go a bit lower. And I guess like the butt will kind of have to make space for the tail or something. Because otherwise you have like a really thin connector with like a really wide amount of volume. And I think that looks even weirder. Right, if it's like really tiny and it's building out like that. So I kind of want to have it, give it some volume here. Right, but foxtails is fur, right? Like, so it's fur that grows longer and longer. But then if it's shark tail and it's literal meat, then I feel like the volume, like the weight of it will be a little bit crazy. And I also don't like that balance. I also don't like the foxtail balance where it's like huge. Like that. So I always draw it like this instead. Yeah, it's like a shark tail. It's Ellen. Is this nonsense. She's got this kind kind of stupid thing going. The base reminds me of a certain drawing someone made on Twitter. You know, Igami, like it's I know which one you're talking about. And I did contemplate doing something similar for my own character, but like I think that one is really high level. Like even within like the furry community, that region, right? The stuff that you witness belongs to a very, very niche part of the furry community, even for furries. So it is it's very interesting that someone from the mainstream actually executed on the idea. But anyways, I think that is not gonna be what's gonna happen for us. Although for my setup, right, like I think this might be slightly explicit, but for my setup, I think the tail here, because like Uni said, it's gonna come up from the butt, right? Like I think usually I leave just enough space for the butt, and then the tail will kind of expand out from that point on, kind of like that. So that's why I'm kind of having it here, but this, yeah, like you're probably right in that it's a little bit too like this way. I briefly tried to plan it out, but I also don't really know the perspective. I think this perspective is a bit odd. So I think it would see that, so it would be... I don't know. But I think maybe, yeah, I do feel like I want to pull this back a little bit, maybe. Anyway, so we have a lot of chances in the future to explore this. Explore this what exactly? I'm not sure what I want to say here, but this region. Ah shit! I used it on the same layer. Let me just keep this here on a separate layer. Because we're gonna, like, my next character would just have, like, the same setup, right? We're gonna have the same problem with the tails and stuff like that, so... we will be back here multiple times. Yeah, I'm gonna yoink it here. Let's get the... I don't know how it would look. No, this is fine. This is correct. Since we're at it. Yeah, no, never mind. Just go simple. Two beans. What about the toe beans? Let me see. The legs have different width, I think. Which one is better? Probably too small on this side. Yeah, I cannot change this. Where is... Give it a little bit more curve here. It's fine. I need to define the hands. Is there anything original that I can do over here? If I don't move the hands up and I leave them here instead. Where's the arm supposed to be? Oh, here, maybe. Yeah, no, it's fine. Okay. I don't want to make this about anatomy, then it's gonna choke up everything again. I'll just keep it the same. Oh, I do have a simple setup. God, my mic is always getting in the way today. Let's see, the arms are not quite. So, arm, torso, right? Thereabouts, I guess. So thereabouts, this is slightly short here. Maybe some perspective. The saving grace is that the pillow is gonna come in play. I'm gonna make the pillow soft and block out some part of the hand, so it's not gonna read as well. And then what? The feet should match the, so the feet size should be about, depends on perspective, but I don't think I have that much for shortening here. Only, let's see. Let's check. So slightly, maybe slightly shorter, but then if it's fully extended, it should be the same length here as the forearm. Thereabouts. And then if we combine, I guess, the body's width here. Part 3. 1. Shit, how do I do this? Here. Oh no, I don't have to go that far, right? Because like the knees is right by the face. And also we do have a reference here. So I think it should be fine. The length should be fine. Because this knee here would map to what we see in the reference somewhere. Seems kind of okay. And then we just double up the length. Maybe the calves can be a little bit longer. Maybe that's it actually. Just a little bit longer. Chotto dake? Chotto dake ni shimasu ka? Anyways, that'll be the limit of what I can spot, I think, for anatomy. I don't know what's going on back here, like bones and stuff. But if just a smooth line is gonna do the trick, then I'm just gonna leave it as such. So now for the tail, definitely something that I still don't like about it. Oh, it's too thick for me, but this seems a bit more manageable, doesn't it? Like, but it's also significantly thicker than the thighs, though, in the ref. I also don't have to follow the ref exactly. What do I want to do here? Maybe just make it a little bit thinner and call it a day. Right. Operating in perfect speed. Fail. Thank you very much. Yeah, this is not gonna be a very agreeable type of shape situation. I think I'll just leave that for my own character. We just need to get something to be something acceptable here. Of course, that's the cuts in the middle. That I do not know how to reconcile. Before that. I have space there, not really. Oh man. What's my res? Oh, 4K, I see. Oh, Igami? Hello, Igami? Is it your turn now, Igami? Even needs it, but perhaps I need some ideas for a background. I think they're just asking for background. Sorry, Igami's here anyways, right? But like, I think he's just asking for background ideas. I don't think it's necessarily looking for getting things fixed. But I don't know. I guess like a room or something would be. Maybe I just wait until he comes back in the chat. Maybe like a room or something would be fine, I think. Right, by turns, right? So wait, hang on. Sorry, sequence is pulling this front. Okay, I see. I'm gonna push this front then. It means the text is gonna be partially cut, but that's also fine. Oh, wait a second. Actually, this is turned a lot more than I expected. So that means this spike is right here. Spike. Bin. Right, and then the shark text would be here. Target is mid. Okay. Oh wait, that means I'm not drawing this correctly. Then in which case this gets reset all the way to. And then this comes around, right? And then we end. So the double stack there. Triple. Target 1. Target 2. Yep. Make it more angular. Yeah, the specific thing is not correct. It depends, right? But then in this case, I don't think I have a choice. Let's save those shapes for something else. Oh, it's in the picture. What the hell is this? Yeah, I never really used Liquify, but I think Liquify will be much better here, right? If I can use it properly. It's too big still, huh? Okay, it's going to... Wait a second. Wait, this is on her right. This is on the left if I do it like this. So this is on her right. This is the right side of her. And then I am doing it upside down, so I need to flip horizontal. Oh, okay, so I had it the right way from the beginning. Like the reference was the right side of... Okay, I'm so blind. Okay, never mind. Yeah, that was the right side already. Normal. I thought I had to flip it, but I didn't. 450. 450. I have to rewrite it anyways. Just use this as a placeholder. Ah shit, it's a bit more. Okay. So I thought about it, and I think if I want to do multiple renditions of the same thing but with different styles... Oh, why is it so big? Oh, why is it so big? Yeah, I guess I don't care. Yeah, but if I were to do that, then... Probably easier to start off with a cleaner like, I feel like doing the rougher styles makes the cleaner ones easier to do. But then having the cleaner ones out first, like for example a clean set of line art, would then serves as a very consistent thing for all the other styles to be based off of. That might keep things a little bit more consistent. I guess at the end of the day it doesn't really matter too much. So I would just do from what is more natural, which I think starts off with our rough sketch kind of thingy. I do want to grab... Oops. The ones that we have done so far for reference. Let's see. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Actually, they're arranged pretty nicely. Let's just make it smaller and go wherever. But for the most part, it's just activation sequence. And then we just play. Yeah, Igami, did you want to get feedback for anything else other than the background? I feel like the background... Now, you know, you posted something in the critique chat. And because it's Friday, I think people got really excited. Like, oh, it's Igami's turn. It's Igami's turn. Yeah, it's alright. Like, if you just wanna get some ideas for background and nothing else, we just leave it. Otherwise, like... Anything helps? Okay. I'll just offer some advice. I think for the most part, you know, like the idea is carried through. But I think not having like an idea for the background in the first place, maybe, or at least like, I don't know if there's a perspective grid that you have in mind for this as the middle frame, because it feels like the, I don't know, Ame? Because her shoulder looks like it's coming across this way. Oh man, this is a big canvas. I'm just wondering how her body is standing, because like if the shoulders are, because her hand is like doing this and then doing right. Kind of like this, right? I think this one. Is it breaking my check? How am I getting DDoS here? Weird. Alright, thanks. Thank you, you got me. Ah, okay. So she's standing over. Right, if that's the case. Anyways, I see where you're getting at. I'll just talk about the stuff that stood out to me immediately, I think. That like without seeing anything else, the first thing was just the head, I think. Because the face seems pretty straight on here. Right, so it doesn't feel like the top of the head would be like that high, because the middle, I guess, is kind of like usually a double up plus a little bit. It kind of makes sense in that regard. It just feels like this end point might be a little bit high. I guess if you want like a big head. Anyway, so what I'm trying to get at is I feel like this part is too big, personally. And then the other side just couldn't see the perspective, I think, from what I have here, right? Let me see the reference again. Copy image. I see, I think I set the difference here. Wait, hang on, let me distill this out real quick. Maybe it's just because I don't see the rest of the body yet. Something, okay, so I'm trying to figure out why. So something about this that I see here feels like she is standing on like a different plane of existence, because I don't feel like her body can bend to stabilize herself with gravity this way, is what I'm feeling. But I'm trying to prove to myself that that is truly the case and not just like some weird other issue. That's kind of how I feel about it. The original one feels like, oh, maybe that's why. Because like this feels like the body is like, let's say, at rest. If you're okay, yeah, that's a good idea, Uni. To be fair, though, I do feel like no one's ever gonna see the updated description, but I will change it. Sorry, Igami, I think, just to verbalize what I'm feeling. And, of course, you can be the judge of if it makes sense to you or not. What I'm seeing here, based on this current setup, is like the body is kind of turning to the side. So like, it's like the person is standing this way. If we're looking at it from a front view. It's kind of how I feel like it looks like right now. If like the thing going up to the head and stuff, right? I don't know where the other hand is going. Whereas the one in the reference, it feels like they're coming forwards a lot more. Like, so we'll see actually the top of the torso here. Hope I'm not drawing too small here. And this feels a lot easier to balance, you know what I mean? Like this pose, because it's coming forwards. Whereas this one going to the side, your CG is off. And then this one on the front... Oh, I guess we don't see the legs. I suppose the legs could have been like this. And then it would maybe still balance, like, so the CG is kept in the center. But this feels more natural, where the character's leaning forwards. Right now, it feels like she's just leaning to the side, and not so much forwards. But I don't know if that's also because you haven't finished the rest of the body yet. Anyway, that's just kind of the vibes that I'm getting. And I also cannot fully finalize this, I wonder. Why is that the case? I think it would still be too big, right? Because with this head size, what's the calibration here? We'll bring it here. Oh, you chose it consciously then? Currently fixing the head. I see. But yeah, other than that, like that's all I feel. Some of the other views, like the back views and stuff, maybe the head is a bit big for this, but I cannot say for sure. I will have to find reference to double check for this. So nothing stands out to me immediately. But yeah, other than that, there's some other nitpicks, like I don't know, I feel like the eyes are slightly open differently, but you know, of course, it's a work in progress, right? So I think all those things make sense. But yeah, that's all the stuff that I felt. You get me? For the background, I think I don't know. I don't know about paneling and stuff. But would it have been better to be even more zoomed in on this scene here? Oh, like if you look at the reference that you sent, right? You don't really have a lot of white space around the character. You don't really have the space here. And you barely have any space here either. Like all these spaces, like this part is like all gone. Almost. So I don't know if you want to zoom in more on the character, because the background really doesn't seem very relevant here. So if you're not sure about the background anyways, you might as well just nuke the white space. And then as for this, if you want, you can maybe zoom in even more to really emphasize on it, because I see that you're setting up like a distance shot and then like a close-up on here. But it's up to you, of course. I also don't know if it's necessarily any better. Just some ideas, I guess. Anyways, thank you, Igami. Femi had to come here, Duvet. I don't know what they're doing right now. Oh, what's she doing right now? Why is that, Duvet? Why are you asking for her? Do you miss her? Because I don't want to invite someone on just because I want to work. As always, if there's someone on here and I'm the one who's requesting for their presence, then I have a responsibility to kind of host, like to keep the things going, you know. Otherwise, it's really awkward. Like I will invite them here and not talk to them. Which is why I don't generally invite people anymore. Yeah, sorry guys. I think for the most part, like I do want to focus more on actually getting stuff done. I find it like really hard to do things properly if I'm talking all the time. Or like feel the need to talk all the time. No, Duvet, it's different. I get what you're saying, but you have to understand I'm introverted by nature. Anytime there's any other presence with me, the presence itself is something that I feel. I think like how do I say this? I've had this conversation with my parents as well a lot of times. It's really hard to get the point across. Like if you're like an introverted person, you will get what I mean. Like being in a room with someone else versus just being in a room by yourself, even if you're not talking, it's a very different feeling. So it's not so much about like I can't help it, that's the thing. I know it's like a little bit too serious and stuff like that, but I can't help it. Circle, what did you miss? I'm not sure actually where you last left off. I think we did like a quick thing with with Igami's piece that he uploaded in the critique server. Somehow. No, I'm not gonna say people like how do I say this? I recognize that like not being with my friends is gonna naturally drift away. I was aware of this when I started the stream itself, because you have to understand like I get what you're saying. I get it very well. Because we are 236 streams in, Duvet. How much do you think I've sacrificed already just to be here for 236 streams? Because my friends doesn't just include Femi and one person, you know? If I wasn't here, I would have been playing VR chat every night. Think of all the other stuff that I've already missed out on. I'm well aware of the sacrifices I'm making, or the trade-off here. This is what it is, though. That's why in the beginning I said that, like, you know, like, art is a very painful journey, right? You're here, you're always struggling, you're always trying things that doesn't really work. And for what, right? Like, so that reason of why you do this has to be really good to make up for all the other stuff that you're giving up. No, I want to do the stream, Duvet. That's why I'm here. If I didn't want to do it, I wouldn't be here. I want to do it. But you're asking me, you're saying that I cannot say that people drift away and I can't do anything about it. I'm not gonna say that, because I'm telling you that I've already made that choice. I've already come to terms with that. It is just how it is, right? To gain something, you have to give up something else. And I want to gain art that I never had, skills that I never had. I have to give up something else. And that something else primarily is just spending time with, you know, anyone else. And they're gonna drift away, and that makes perfect sense. And that's just how it's gonna be. And I'm okay with that. Right? It's not just friends, it's not just the people in VR chat, but like my family. And I guess that's it. No one else, I guess. And beyond just like people drifting away, man, like all the other sacrifices are all I'm well aware of as well. Right? All the health problems that have popped up this year. No, Duvet, like I don't know. So I don't know for a fact. But let me just put it this way, right? 24 hours in a day. You want to do something else, you have to give up something, right? Is that not the simplest way to view it? Like if I can, how do I say this? If I can invite people to be here and work just as efficiently, if not more efficiently, I would have done so. But I don't, is the thing. You draw anyway in the VC, right? You mean like right now, as we are streaming? It is kind of different though, I think. The dynamic between me and chat versus me and someone that I personally invite to the stream. Would you not say that the dynamic is different? Yeah, but like if I ask her to be here, that is exactly what I'm doing, right? I'm inviting her to be here. Because if she wanted to be here, she would have asked me if she could be here in the first place. Oh, she could also be in the chat too. Like, is it not different if I'm actively sending out an invite? Economic. Economic. That is also true, Duvet. That is also true. But the thing is, I do prefer to be alone here, is the thing. Right, depending on the purpose of the stream. Currently, I do want to just get things done. I do prefer to be alone on the stream. I mean, you clearly enjoy her presence. Like, I'm wondering if you know, watch her streams. Because she does stream too, right? It's not like this is the only place you can get to talk to her. Yes, Circle, we're talking about, hang on, let me send her a link, real quick. Shit, did I spell it wrong? My autocorrect is actually wrong. Thank you. Well, Duvet, the thing is, if I'm not feeling like it, even if I get her here, it's not gonna be like the old days. And I'm not saying this just because I am saying it. It's because that one time that you did ask me to try and get her on, and we did get her on, that was how I felt. Right, I didn't have the presence of mind to do what I want to do or need to do on stream and still maintain that good dynamic like we used to have. I've tried it once and I didn't think it made a lot of sense. That's why I didn't want to do things like that until I truly want to do it like that. If not, it's not going to work out either. Yeah, there's no real drama here. It's just that I would rather prefer working. Focusing on the work rather than feeling like oh, I have invited someone on. Let me be a little bit more present in the conversation, or like, oh, like what's happening. Right, we're still on good terms. Like on the weekends we always like hang out together with the rest of the gang on VR chat. We would what did we play recently? I think we just checked out some worlds recently. And then sometimes the others would go on other maps, and then me and her, we just sit around and we just do our own thing. Because she'd rather play some of her other games, and then I would rather just be drawing. And then we just kind of sit in a room for a bit until the others come back. Wait, hang on a second. I mean, that's too early to say though, right, Duvet? As long as we're still streaming, you know, there's always a chance. But again, like, I'm sure you know the reason why I stream is for me to get better and to focus and actually get things done. So if anything interferes with that, then it defeats the purpose of the stream entirely for me. So it doesn't the BMOs will come back for sure. But you think I'm gonna be streaming forever for the next 10 years? That's not gonna happen, right? But we do have to be stabilized first before I can get people on. Because again, like I think I've mentioned many times too, because these streams of and me making progress is a lot more than just getting better than art. There's so many things that I have to do, that I want to do in life, that is stuck behind this artificial barrier that I've set up for myself. And if I don't get better at art, you know, it's not just a matter of not being good at art. It's a matter of being a little bit less stable mentally, right? Making subpar decisions more here and there in life. And the effects are for me, is very real and very serious. Which is why I have to get things done. So I apologize if the stream is not entertaining, but it was, in essence, never meant to be in the beginning, since the beginning. And I've made it, I think, pretty clear ever since the beginning as well, that I'm here to just get things done. It's a way of just holding myself accountable and getting things done. That has to be the ultimate and, well, I guess the main priority. Eventually they will come back, man. Like, we still haven't heard back from Mia himself, you know, about his job search. Well, I did, but you guys, I can't share the information that he shared with me. But anyways. Eventually, man, eventually. But anyways, like, for those who still want to talk to her, she still streams pretty regularly, I think. I know there's some issues that she's facing with monetization. And I don't want to talk too much about the stuff that we talked about behind the scenes, but like, you know, it doesn't seem to be getting resolved for whatever reason. For one reason or another. And as a result, it may have sort of dampened, well, it's definitely dampened her spirits in terms of streaming, but I don't know if it's necessarily sort of, what's the word? Cause her to completely stop streaming. I don't think that is the case. Oh, what? What? I juked myself. Hello? Oh, welcome back. Wait, Igami, you're... Anyways, welcome back. Is this showing the forms well enough? At this point, I'm not sure. Alright, that sounds like I was gonna say sarcastically that is a good idea, but it is a great idea. If I go back to my childhood home, I can still see my own handprints on the walls, because my parents refused to clean them off. I used to try and see how far up the ceiling I can... Like, well, not up the ceiling, but I guess in the beginning it was walls and shit. But then later on it became ceilings. Like, hey, can I leave my handprint on the ceiling? So I would paint my hand... I would cover my hands with, like, pencil lead, so that it's black. And then I would try and jump and reach for the ceiling, basically. Try to leave a mark there. Yeah, right? And then you can just see it till now. I guess I kind of regret, like, I always hated writing journals and shit that my school assigns me. Like, my teacher assigns me. Well, assigns everyone. But then it would have been nice to have some of those, you know, like when I first started VR chat, I wrote journals every day to keep track of what me and my friends did. I did that for 3 months, and I played every day for 3 months. I did that for 3 months. And I'm hoping to use that as material for maybe my own story, right, that I want to make one day. If only I had more, right? You did it when you entered college. Okay. Never too late, I guess. Uh-huh. Seems very fair to me. I'm treating this with a little bit more... I'm not really blazing through the lines, I feel like. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I guess as long as I'm okay with spending more time. Yes, Oshi on the walls. Do I want to bump the size of the lines? What am I bumping it up for? Let me think. How am I gonna render the tail actually? Let's see. Oh, wait a second. The text is white, isn't it? Oh, the text is white. Oh, okay. Interesting. But it's kind of hard to do the reverse though. It would be kind of tricky, but it would not be impossible. We can try it. I'm thinking of making like the... And if I can make the tail in one brush stroke, that would be really cool. But I don't think the brush weights are set up for it. I am gonna have to recalibrate my muscle memory a lot to be able to do it. So I don't think that's possible. But I can actually make the text white instead. If I just do it correctly. I don't know how that will look like. Oh, we get to that when we get to that. Could be interesting. I mean, drawing on the walls, man. I don't think that's gonna be that easy. Graffiti artists are, you know, like the muscle memory that they have is so different, right? You have to move your entire body and arm. Yeah, I don't like that. Your wrist? Not your arm? Sure, where did I... Okay. Oh. Wait, what did you use to paint though? I'm assuming you're not using spray cans because it's in your house. So some kind of a paintbrush, I guess, like actual like paintbrush and paint. Right. What's the So I'm trying to define where the kind of pops up, right? Essentially is what I'm trying to answer here. Oh, crayon and markers. And this is very French. It's music. Oh my god, dude. That'll be a story for the ages. It's like you're gonna hate it, hate it, hate it, hate it, and then one day you're gonna be like, oh man, look at that. Yeah, actually maybe it would be a bit lower, would it not? Don't know the sequence. Just need this real quick. Reset the calibration. Like this. You got. Hello, Ryosei Namu. Welcome. Getting scared of the lines again. Cannot be scared of the lines, man. First time comment, yes. Thank you. I've noticed. What brings you here? Could it possibly be, perhaps, if I were to venture a guess? Maybe the shock part? crazy with it. Yeah, it reminds me of my old model when I was on Twitch. What was it actually? Art together. Shit, something. It's like the apes together weak. Apes by themselves weak and apes together strong or some shit. But if with the ape were replaced by art or something. Oh man. Well, how it used to go. I don't really want dirty shapes here though. The pose. Never quite cleared it yet, did I? Nope, doesn't work. Because this line is not connected. Yeah, I've never really, I didn't really play with line weights too much. Like changing the brush shape as a brush size for the line weight. So there's line variations, but it's not as dramatic as it could have been. And also the other thing I still have yet to really try is to turn the canvas, because the brush is flat this way, right? So if you draw it this way and diagonal and all that, can introduce a little bit more slightly different shapes and stuff. Could be interesting if you can use it well, but seems like it's gonna be really hard to master that. Someone you know, George? Oh man, if I can do this stroke in one stroke, that would be amazing. I might be able to, I think. Ah, it's okay, I don't really need that. Oh my god. That'll take too long to try, I think. haven't been very daring with the lines, actually. That's why I can reset the thing. Oh, I see it's on the other. Ah, oops. I don't want the line to be that heavy if it's on the top side. A little bit's fine, but I don't want it to be that heavy. I forgot. Nope, don't want that. This other feed is not passing. Yes, maybe one day I'll follow in your example, you get me? Get the animation completed, get some of the other setup, the roughs completed. That would be nice. Very unlikely though. I think the only time I really go back and look back is when I feel comfortable, right? So, at least a year out. Which I guess isn't necessarily that far away, but... it's gonna be a while. Yeah, this is like not doing that thingy. This is not right. It means that the big toe is probably a bit too big. But then it's around this size, right? So maybe the spawn points needs to be a bit higher, so this guy can go up a bit more. This one here? Right, I see, but if this is cutting in, shouldn't it be here then, actually? Yeah, you know what, this makes more sense, right? Going downwards, pointing downwards, rather than the feet, because this is like saying the feet is, if the leg was here, I'm pointing the feet like kind of this way, where I'm pushing down like a ballerina. But that's not what the other one, like this would be a more neutral position, so it probably would be pointing down this way. It follows gravity too, so it makes a lot more sense. So I should just sink this down, actually. So we have toot toot, and then we have toot toot, and then going into the canvas. I think that makes more sense. I'm gonna change it over to that instead. Oops. Should have seen that a little bit earlier, but at least we saw it. I would like a reference then. Almost flat with heel first. Actually, not drawing the toes might also be fine. Where is it? that would mean that this is better. It is what it is. What is it? Surprisingly hard to find like the reference that we want here. Everyone's really focused on the toes for some reason. I wonder why. Huh. Well, I mean, this can be a good compromise, I guess. Very stretched though. I think the other one that I found was probably better. How about that? Well, it's about the same. Alright, we just make do. It doesn't have to be that precise anyways. As long as it's good enough. Oh, it's better. Sorry, I wasn't looking at chat for a bit. I was on Pinterest page while what's happening. I was going to say something, but then I remember I should not. I don't know. It feels like you most definitely should. Whatever the toe comment was, got auto-modded. I see. Very sad. I don't even see the comment, by the way. Like, sometimes the comment get auto-modded, but I still see it. I don't see it. So, congratulations. Congratulations. Oh, hello, Kirio. Congratulations. Let's redo this part here. Just imagine a lollipop? Okay. Damn, look at us. Everyone's greeting each other. I am struggling with feet. Can I see my own? Actually, shouldn't I be able to see this angle? What? Wait. Which one should I? Oh, so. Okay, I'm gonna break my foot. Actually, I'm gonna break my knees trying to get this angle. I don't think I can. Yeah, no, it's like you don't really see anything at all. Is it called the ball of the feet? Like the part in the front that kind of is round? Don't really see shit, bro. Also, I can't see it from the pinky side because it's like physically impossible to do so. Holy shit. Alright, whatever, man. Weather's so cold, I'm hibernating. My heater is always 100%, like, always on, all the time, on max. What temperature is it? It's 3 degrees right now, which is actually not really that cold, considering it's Canada, but kinda chilly, huh? Is that too small now? Even with perspective, I don't know. I think we bump it up by a size and then we just go with it, just roll with it. 3 degrees is pretty alright, I think, by Canada standards. Like, but I guess it's kind of also kind of not a valid way to say it, because, you know, like, hey, 3 degrees is pretty alright on Earth because it's like freaking Siberia, which is like minus 60. I guess relatively speaking, 3 degrees is pretty cold, right? Like, one degree, George? What I had the notion that you were in the southern hemisphere, George. Is it not gonna be summer soon or something? I guess maybe you're not in the southern hemisphere then? I actually forgot to make this bigger. I'm America. Oh, I see. America. English only USA. English only USA. Is that hate speech? Can I say that on YouTube? I always make jokes on in VR chat that I don't know if it's okay to say on stream, just because it's always very spicy. Wait, is Lord in the southern lands, in the southern hemisphere? Is Lord also in America? I don't know why I got the, like, I somehow in my head you guys are registered as southern hemisphere individuals. Lord Kiwiland. Okay. So I got, so maybe that's why I thought you were also in the upside down lands neighbor, because he is in the other side. On the other side. Big grammar. I'm not gonna take the fingers too seriously here. Welcome to the land down under. I see like there's a hurricane warning for Australia, for tourists going to Australia. Hurricanes. Was it Frina or something? Frina? Yeah, Furina. Kinda similar. I am not 100% sure though. I get my news from Reddit, which means it's all just American politics. And also like random dog pictures. What am I listening to right now? What is this? Glory and Decay. Is it too loud? I see it peaking the limiter. I don't know if it's getting cursed or not. Glory and Decay. Genshin. Oh. This is the song that was playing. Trying to see if I've heard it in game or not. Okay, it doesn't actually say. I guess I have to go in game to find out. Lord said everything okay and it's 6 days ago. Okay, alright, chat is very interesting right now. Yeah, I had a friend in Hong Kong. That was before that whole riot thing happened, and then I lost contact with him for like an entire year or two. And then they just randomly pop back on Steam. It was like a Steam friend, right? So you see like last online, like 2 years ago. And then they randomly pop back, and then I guess they're fine. They're just playing random games now. And then I can relate, Igami. There's still some features, physical designs that I'm not sure about. And then if you have a character that is, you know, in the lore that just actually shapeshifts, then just whatever, man. Like you can just keep changing, right? That would be so nice. Don't have to be so worried about doing bad designs. Just change it, bro. Freaking justified by lore. Wait, isn't your Oshi Ina? Isn't Ina like a... She's like a... Actually, what is she based on? Oh, just an octopus? I guess it's just a octopus. I thought she might have been like a, you know, more like a Cthulhu kind of being. She's a human? Wait, how is she justifying all the hair thingy? How does that work lore-wise? Yeah, because I'm getting like the very Cthulhu-esque. Because I was thinking, you know, if that's lore accurate, then she can be whatever she wants, can she not? She can just shapeshift whatever she wants. Oh man, this finger I screwed up. I kind of like the shape though. Can I bring it home? Sorry, can I move it to the side? I cannot see what's happening here. Sorry, I need the reference. Getting a bit distracted. Oh, the reference sucked. Okay. What's this quality, man? Yeah, I can't bring other people's characters home, so I have to make my own. One target. Yeah, it's hard. Don't know the target length because I don't have the setup done very well. Right, because this is really long though. Oh, didn't I see some news? Like there was a guy who married Hatsune Miku, right? And then he had like that whole station that has a hologram of her. Didn't that company shut down servers or some shit? And then he kind of, you know, lost the ability to talk to his wife. Or something. I swear I saw something like that. Something recent too. Oh, hello, Lord. Yeah, the guy was legally married to Hatsune Miku. Like, legally married. And then as a main... I don't know this. I didn't really read too much into it, but from what I saw in photos and stuff, it seems like his main form of... I don't know what to call it. Like, the main Hatsune Miku is like this hologram machine thingy. That kind of has her dancing in a glass box or something. And there's something about the company going down or something. Wait, was he legally married? Or was he just doing it by himself? I kind of forgot. Oh, it's not legally recognized. Never mind. My man is based. One week ago, Japanese man loses holographic wife until after 17,000 what? 17,000 unions, and the message got cut off. A 17,000 AI marriage just came to an unexpected end. Something. I don't know what's happening. The man who married a hologram in Japan can no longer communicate with his virtual wife. So at first he used a service developed by a startup in Tokyo that projected a three-dimensional hologram of her in a cylinder. It was possible to hold simple conversations by artificial intelligence. It was reported that when he proposed, she replied, "I hope you cherish me." But then, like, I think since his wedding ceremony is that he can no longer enjoy conversation with the character. Terminated in 2020. Okay, this is old news, man. Apparently, I've only just heard about this now. Limited production model had ran its course. Yeah, I'll just send the Reddit link actually. This is really long. Alright, okay, I was waiting for some more news about it, but I guess that was what I saw then, I guess, right? I mean, but nowadays there's new hope. I mean, you can run your own models. I'm sure he's down to spend a couple $1,000s to get a home setup going and then, you know, whole thing going on. Did he make like a whole entire thingy? Oh, okay, I need to mute this. very slow though. I thought this was YouTube. I got baited. What is this? I want to find out what this is. That's what I wanted to find out. Oh shit, thank you for the follow. I cannot read the name though. I wish I can make it a little bit bigger. I had made it a little bit bigger. Anyways, thank you for the follow. Primarily on YouTube. Which I realize now that it's kind of impossible to come over from Twitch. Actually, you know what? Oh wait, I can send it here, right? I can send the... No, wait, actually, never mind. Let me just do this one thing real quick. I mean, I should have included it in the description a while ago. I'll just send the link on the Twitch site, and then... I don't think I'll fix the bio now, because it's gonna take a while, but at least we have a link there if anyone needs it. Sorry, what is this? What was that? Is that AI or is that real? I know like there's a... I don't know if you guys are familiar with this Vocaloid, but there is a guy who is actively bringing a robot of her online. So someone's actively bringing a robot of her online, and then I'll send the Twitter link here. Right, Adachire. I know there's like some really good photos of the robot somewhere. I've seen it. Maybe it's like a different Twitter, and this one's only... By the way, if you ever check out this Twitter, it posts every hour, but this is like I think it's like an AI thing that's going on behind the scenes, and she just posts random shit every hour. And then she has some really unhinged stuff that got really famous because she was talking about dicks and stuff. I'll try to find it later, but I guess they have a whole website dedicated to this. Yeah, making like a whole robot and stuff. Yes, hello Flux Soyu, welcome. Yes, thank you for the follow. I'm assuming that's you. I apologize for not being able to see your name a little bit earlier, but well, what is wrong with the website? Anyways, yeah, there's this whole thing going on. So if you guys want to check out them, check them out. Well, the construction, yeah. I'm not a very big fan. I'm just aware that this is happening. And then the other thing was some of the crazy stuff that she has said, because the AI just kind of blurs out random shit, like this is the one of the ones that got really popular because for some reason the AI decided to say reproductive organs being made into karaage, and then she just says and then laughs like lol 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 lol. This literally says reproductive organs being made into karaage. And then I guess there's some spam here. And then recently there was also her talking to Ado. Where is it? Yeah, right. So this is Ado's official account, I believe, right? If I'm not mistaken. I don't follow like the music people. I should. But I think, so the AI decided to say that they're going to meet up with Ado at some point. And then Ado herself replied to that. And then she said something about, like, actually I forgot. Dang. Ah. お世話になります、マスター. Like, some reason she just said this. And then the original Ado replied. And then it's like, thank you for your continued support. It's kind of hard to translate. I don't know the exact nuance that's being portrayed here. This is the most recent one. November 15th this year. Sorry, why are we here again? Oh, right, the robot. Right, of course. Getting very distracted. The hands are kind of lengthy and long and big. Actually, it's very big, consider her face size. It's very big, consider the elbows are here, actually. I need to scale this down by 30%, I think. Gonna redo the hands here. Now that we have the base thing set up, it shouldn't be that hard anymore. This should be the final part, I think. Oh, never mind. What was I talking about? Final part. Stupid. Still very far off. Crayons for walls. F 100%. Where did my pen go? What the hell? Oh, it's on my table. Yes, thank you, Circle, for the title there. Yeah, CTB, welcome. What am I drawing? That's a great question. Some kind of Guna raid, I think. It's just a pose that I found. I've actually attempted this before, but it was kind of hard the last time. This time it came out a little bit better. I'm just going for a full commit. Yeah, Hyper Guna pose. Let's see how this does on X, shall we? I don't think it will do very well just because my account probably in the algorithm probably is not gonna favor the stuff that I post and stuff like that. But you know, if there's a decently big account, like this is the kind of shit that gets the views, right? At some point, I probably have to sell out and actually get the check mark, just so that we can I can get a little bit more traffic on the post and to build a following. But I don't think I'm there yet, because if I want to do that, I want to do it with original stuff. At least on this account, I think. Maybe I can make Guna Bait on a separate account. Is that what's happening right now, Igami? You're not gonna miss anything, though, if you go shower. Literally nothing of value will be lost, because I will still be working on the hands. Or like still working on this line art. I have to actually redo the lines later again, just because I want the pillow to be really soft, so all of these hands and stuff is gonna sink into a lot of stuff. Or the pillows and bed sheets. Yeah, my control is going down actually. I'm not writing the lines correctly. Pretty sure I broke the arm. Hello? Pretty sure I broke the arm. God damn it. Primary sizing. There's bound to be some inaccuracies here. Some losses. Efficiency loss. Energy loss. Acceptable limits. That's fine. Yeah, it's not the focal point. Indeed. What is the focal point here? I guess it's right smack in the middle, huh? The reason why I asked is because I'm actually not sure. I didn't really think that far. I'm mostly just taking the photos. I just wanted to practice the pose. I didn't intend for it to be like a full-blown thing like this at all. But once it's done, you know, like, why not? If I want to do another thing properly, I would still have to start from scratch. I would still have to bring it up to that point anyway, so now that we're here. Recently, I've been told that I'm very good at with the white spaces, with the empty spaces. Because specifically, like, for example, stuff like this. Right? If you cut this up into a square thing... Wait, hang on. I think I have the final version here. If I cut it up into a square thing, it actually feels kind of interesting in that... Right? Because without the text, like, if this text wasn't here... Oh, okay, it doesn't really work like that. Then it feels kind of weird, but then I put the text here and it feels like this, I don't know, better use of the space or something. But I don't really necessarily feel like that is the case. I've just been constantly told that I have good use of the white space. And I'm not sure what they mean. I think they just mean that the character fills up a good amount of the space, but... Anyways, all of these are also just photos anyways, so it's not like I'm the one who came out of the comp. But, I'll take it. I'll take it. I don't know how to respond is the thing, when I'm told that in-game. Every time I'm just kind of lost. I'm like, oh, okay, okay. But then if you do that in Japanese, you seem a little bit, you know, not so receptive. And then that might not look, I guess, it might make the guy who said it feel a little bit uncomfortable. I'm not sure how it works. My fingers are thinner here, I think. It feels to draw fingernails. Should I draw fingernails? Why not, right? If I have the capacity to try. If I don't try now, I never will. Kind of sharp? Okay, it's kind of sharp. Of course, it's a sharp. None of these line weights are not done very well. The brush is a bit too thick, but I didn't want to use a thin brush either, because then it doesn't have as much But then isn't that the point? But anyways, would have been handled better, I think. It also really just pixel, like this is really tiny. And this canvas is 4K as well, can you believe it? 50% of it is just a tail. Well, I guess 50% of the entire canvas is gonna be white space at this rate. So I can nuke this now, just bring this back. Save it. Okay, back to 70. By the way, this box here, I don't know if you guys can see, it's a very faint box. That box is the Twitter Twitter header ratio, which is 1:3, right? So 1:3, 500 pixels by 1500 pixels. I'm just trying to see if it would fit in like a header, and if so, like what would be in the header? Because I am thinking of changing my header to this. That's why I had it like that. Okay, so now is the tricky bit. So we have some floating physics here and there, right? These I have to be a little bit looser, but not make it too messy either. And then there's the tail as well. The tail, because like this part is very dark, I would like it to be dark. I would just use the brush to make it dark. But oof, if it's not in one single stroke, I think you guys can imagine, it's gonna look very ugly. Also potentially a bit too dark. So I don't know what's the best way to deal with this. Alright, it would be this way, right? Because my brush is flat like this. Yeah, because of this this very aggressive curve here. If I bring it back, it's maybe a little bit easier. I need to turn off velocity, maybe do it the other way. Nope, the other way is too gentle. I should match this and go here. Imagine if I can do this in one stroke. That would be insane, dude. I could go slightly bigger. I can cop out, go slightly bigger, erase the extra parts, redraw the outline, and then that would be fine too. I can also do the other method, which is just use the this other thing. We'll set it up and then erase it. Oh, sorry, if I do it, it cannot be on this layer. Yeah, if I want something clean, actually, that's probably the only way. Oh, oops, this. This nonsense then. Let's go back. Very realistic to do that, so I'm just gonna do this instead. Yeah, even just running this one line smooth would be good enough, or rather hard enough to. It'll take a while to calibrate this. Actually, that's not too bad. It's a bit earlier in the point here, or maybe that means I have a bit more space to work with this stuff. Also, I'm doing it this awkward way instead of doing it like this, because I'm a left-hander, right? This curve would be a lot more natural than what I'm trying to do here. I didn't really think about this, but I'm looking at it right now. But because the brush goes, it's like the brush tip is horizontal like this, it would mean that when I reach the apex here, it would naturally be the thinnest. If I can draw it this direction with the canvas in this setup. Of course, I could also just rotate this angle thing here. Now that I'm talking about it, you know, I could have just done this. So now, wait, hang on. So this was the original. 90 degrees is what? Okay, yeah. So I forgot what I just said. I'm being stupid. 78? Actually, I kind of want it to be thin on top. I'm gonna have to break this up, I think. Yeah, it's not natural. I lost the original one. God damn it. Happens when I undo, and then it undoes more than what I expected to, and then I drew a line immediately and then deletes the other line. It's kind of all very stupid. Actually, let's just draw it. Oh, but it's gonna be thick at some point, no matter what. Can I do it like this? Go for something even more controlled. It's more broken, but it should be more controlled, I think. It's also pretty okay. Why does it not curve properly? Yeah, this kind of sucks, doesn't it? Oh, but if it's a lateral translation, it's also within the realms of possibility too. I don't like using transforms, by the way. You don't see me using it a lot, primarily because this brush has a bit more of a crisp edge. If I take the thing and I rotate or I scale it, it's going to make the edge fuzzy because of the anti-aliasing. If I turn off the anti-aliasing, it gets too crispy, if I remember correctly. So if I have a line like this, and I rotate, like, so it looks kind of like sharp like that. If I rotate it a bit, it starts to fuzz up. If I change it to hard edge, it gets a little bit more, like, weird because it doesn't, the math doesn't work out perfectly. Which is why I don't really get a choice. I have to draw it in one go like that. If not, I have to redraw and redraw and redraw, so... I mean, sorry, that's why I'm redrawing every time. Otherwise, some of these curves, if I get it roughly in the right shape, I would just adjust it into place. The only thing I can do is lateral translations, because... well, right, any translation, rather, not lateral translation. Just because the math works out fine. The pixels align, right? A pixel here is a pixel there. You're always moving by one pixel. I'm gonna make this a bit thicker here. Hopefully that's not gonna be a problem later. I was going for a short. She's not wearing shorts. That's why. Well, the plan is that, you know, because of the position of the tail, I don't think like the... So I actually don't fully understand this just yet. I think maybe this should have been a little bit higher up, I think. I originally just wanted like something to get stuck under the tail. I think right now this setup isn't correct. I might have to go look for references. I think this is a little bit too high on this side. I don't know. If I'm going with like the whole if I'm gonna commit into Gunnar bait, then I don't think I need to think too much. I'll just leave it as is. But she's not wearing shorts, I think, to answer that question. Which is what we have here. Okay, you know what? I need to do it the other way. I can't see this thing, but it really doesn't matter though. If I don't actively stop myself from trying to make everything clean, and this is always how it ends up. Spending hours on the lines. And I didn't plan on doing so. Yeah, I think I'm having issues seeing this just because it's flipped. Let me think. Because normally, let me see. Oh, it's just having her in her own in her underwear, and that's it. I just wanted the underwear, the back of the underwear, to get caught below the toe, because usually it would be brought up, right? But because of the tail, I guess it should get stuck. Like usually it would be like this, but the tail is spawning right here. Right, at least that's how I'm setting it up. So I wanted it to get stuck below here. That's what the idea was. But because of this angle here, I don't know where this line is supposed to be. The top part, I think, goes around the iliac crest, somewhere there, if not maybe a little bit lower. And then it would just go below the tail, right? That would be just this part here. But then what's going on here, I'm not 100% sure. I don't know if it'd be lower. Yeah, no, it would be a bit lower, would it not? It wouldn't be that high. Right. So it should be a little bit lower up to here, because this is the dip over here. Yeah, okay. Anyways, I'll deal with this in a bit here. Yep. Keep it there for now. I want angles. means that sequence enters, it gets cut. Sequence enters, goes up, enters. Yes, I will figure it out. That's weird. Mapping like this. I don't know if this is canonically. Wait, how does it work? And if I can, yeah, I don't have the game. Because they have to sort this out, right, in the 3D. But if it's like, if there's any width to this, or is it just actually tapered? Oh man. Let's check. How does it work? I don't know. It might just be tapered actually. That would make sense, right? Because the tail itself is tapered too. So it doesn't have this 3D, this thickness to it. What does that look like? Yeah, it's just gonna be like this, right? Where's the view? Which means this does not align. You know what? I'm just gonna ignore it. That'll be fine. Alright, so now it's the secondary problem. What's his name? Oh no, I can't spell it anyways. Okay, so where was it? Nine of okay then. Next option. Oh, hello, Maxine. These few days? I don't know, man. I don't remember what happened either. We finished up the poster, kind of, but there's a bunch of stuff I need to fix. Yeah, I think what I had before uni, it doesn't look right to me either. But I don't know what is the problem. I think it's a volume problem. Probably didn't have. But I'm looking at references now, and I wasn't too far off, I think. I'm not sure. But I think, yeah, maybe there's a bit of a suspension of belief here. As long as the idea gets across, I think it's fine. But then again, you were struggling with what I was trying to convey, so that is also a problem there. Anyways, Maxi, I just want to say, like, really good attempt on the, really good study on the Mika Picasso one. I think you really captured the vibe of it. The colors, right? All the effects, all the explosions, all the I don't know what the blobs of colors that's just going around everywhere. It's got the same kind of colors, it's got the same kind of vibes, it's got the same kind of balance. Oh, good stuff. Oh man. How long does this take you? This would have taken a long time, I think. You got like all the textures in there as well. man. Look at that. If you keep if you keep going down this path, man, my god, you will 100% be able to draw, well, better than that. That's why I like to say I have no idea. It's a bit too irresponsible to just say shit like that. But you can definitely get to where they are. And then we can invite you to give a master class on colors and the techniques and the various things, the various elements. Sorry, my reference is not safe for work, so I'm gonna have to not look at chat for a bit. Just cancel first. What's some Christmas song? Cool. Ah, man. It's not that I've really forgotten, I just kind of don't really want to set it up and take money. Is it weird to say that? I just like how the way it is, you know, like what we have here. Nothing wrong with getting support, right? But I feel like money involved, it doesn't feel the same anymore, I feel like. Alright, good night, George. Good night, game. Good night, game. Game F life. Wait, did I forget anything today? No, I don't think so. Yeah, but then if that's the case, recording the sequence here, no? Man. If you're going with that C, should be mimicked. Oh, that's the justification. Okay. Then the target should be in this thing. No. Stand by on this one. Oh, sorry, Uni. I still have it. I don't know what's happening with it, so I just kind of left it alone for a bit. I still do have it. Rest assured. That's a huge pillow. Oh my god, made it too big. It's here, I think. I don't know. See, when you're unsure, it means you don't have a good reference. And you just gotta find a volunteer. I see. There's a very valuable feedback. Definitely need to keep that in mind, I think. Oh shit, I drew a sideways hook. That's a huge bet. I guess we're not really here to talk about. So I guess I need to make it dip a little bit. So I guess this will all be a little bit. Is motionless and layers and not, yeah, it is. It's kind of a weird mix between the two philosophies. Ooh, okay. Yeah, if you can't hear it, it's because I didn't meant for it to be heard. It's probably not very useful. I tend to mumble. It can be, what's the word? I can see why it's a little bit, what's the word? Concerning? What's a good word there? But yeah, just, yeah, thanks, Uni. But rest assured, if it's meant to be heard, I will make sure that it's heard. I will project properly. Shouldn't be that heavy there. Okay. We're almost not there. Somehow. As this is meant to be simple, by the way. As oh my god, at some point, yeah. Supposed to be simple. But then I started making the lines too clean and stuff. It's so weird, like in order to draw loosely, I have to focus a lot more. I guess it's just because it's going against my instincts here. I only drew the most recent one a little bit loosely because I don't think there was any chat activity. I think it was just like dead silence for like an hour or so. I don't really know what to do with the seams. The foes, man. They're all like really soft and stuff. It's all soft edges and stuff. It's kind of hard to just use this one hard edge brush to do it. Not nearly as cool either. Okay, I do have to fix that. There it is. Yeah, I was too scared with the thingies. It's missing a lot of stuff. Oh yeah, there's also the hair. We'll just make it disappear, right? Yeah, that's fine. Oh, whoops. No, that's not good. That's on the right side, indeed. Okay. Are you? Yeah, I wanted to... I don't know what to play. I wanted to just let it go around and around and around. Thought maybe I can change it up. Didn't really find anything. And I found this. Check, check, check. Oh, maybe that should have been... I guess I don't see it, huh? Do need to find it first. And this is truly fall asleep music. I believe it's like the same thing for the entire 2 hours. Uh, what is this? It's not any better, but I guess it is better. Yes, there is a true a true what? Threat? Yeah. I was definitely too gentle and too what the a lot of random junk left over. I'm a little bit too gentle with the lines, I think. It's got its own thing, I suppose, but wasn't the intention. Yeah, the downside of this is I cannot see the eyebrows. I guess it's kind of like that in the original. Wait, what? I have it here, but not there. I don't feel like she's very recognizable because there's a lot of elements of the hair that kind of isn't really visible. Yeah, I can't really just force the here, can I? Doesn't make a lot of sense. But with the tail, I think most likely you'll read anyways. Should have drawn the line. I'm gonna draw the line now, I guess. What? What was 32? Oh, the hair is. Yeah, I'm gonna save it. Maybe it's fine. Keep that's one. God damn it, man. Partially visible. It's on the top. side. We see the bottom half. I see. Okay. Yeah, Nike. What? Yeah, it's barely readable. Is there any point then? Here? Right, yeah. And then there's like stickers on the tail as well. I can't imagine getting a sticker on your skin for like 20, like constantly. I bet. I still remember way back a while ago, there was this female celebrity or singer. Was it Ariana Grande? I like forgot who it was that got a tattoo that says Shichirin which she wanted to say 7 rings, but because there happens to be a barbecue chain in Japan with the same name, everyone recognizes it as her getting a tattoo of the brand. Oh, it is Ariana Grande. Like this nonsense. Oh wait, is she covering up like half of it, or is it only? Or did she only do the top? I know she's recently in like the spotlight again for like some of the there was like this interview that she did with someone else, right? Something about Wicked, something. I don't really know what's happening, but anyways, what's she gonna do? Like, I don't think this is like her fault. Maybe like she could have researched it first, but like, you know, what are you gonna do when the brand is using this, right? It still does mean 7 rings. I don't think it's like her fault necessarily that. Oh wait, hang on. Is this a brand or is this like a? Is it a brand or is it a type of grill? Because I can only imagine it's named this way because some brand kept selling it, and then they got famous for being it. It just means charcoal grill? Like this is the only meaning? It's gonna be it's one of those situations where the kanji doesn't line up with the thing again, is it? What the hell typed this with a space there? Man, why is it called this? Oh, I see. So I guess what the AI is saying here is that back in the olden times, 7, I don't know what unit this is, but it's a unit used for money back in the day. It's pronounced rin. Okay, yeah. So apparently back in the day there was a saying that says that just 7 rins worth of charcoal is enough to cook something, has enough firepower. And apparently it's approximately 0.7 yen. 0.7 yen, not even 1 yen. And so I guess that's where the Shichirin comes from. But then clearly the kanji is different, right? So so this other way of saying what's the word? This other speculation is that at the bottom of the stove there is 7 rings, 7 round holes where the air comes in. Which is why it's called 7 rings. I guess 7 wheels, 7 rings. But it's not very reliable. This speculation is probably not very accurate. Are there 7 holes? No, there's been 0 photographic evidence thus far. But this is repeating the same thing. I mean, like, AI took the data from here, but anyways, interesting. I thought it was like a brand thing. Like maybe some brand, like a brand of barbecue chain or something. Or maybe they sold that thing for so long and got so popular that their name is synonymous with that thing. Random word, another Tattoo is a hypothetically. What's a good word? Let me think. In another language, right? Man, it's very hard, because I never envision myself ever getting a tattoo. What would be like a good thing? If I ever actually get a tattoo, it'd be like something to do with my characters, I bet. Some other word, huh? Something in Russian would be interesting, I think. Just like Cyrillic. Hang on, I need to calibrate this pen. What is good? How did I write this the first time? I wrote this, by the way. I traced the original with the pen. But I don't know how did I do this? But I guess I did transform a bunch. Maybe it's kind of broken now. Who tattoo in Japanese? Actually, that's kind of funny. That would be a good one. Just leave it like that, actually. Taco Bell in Korean. Taco Bell in Korean. I'll get pee pee poo poo in Japanese. It just says pee pee poo poo. And then people will be really confused. Oh man. Sharpen. Is it better? Maybe a little bit better? Sharpen again? It's kind of spiky. Oh, I see, my perspective isn't done correctly. Why not get a QR code, you know? I'm gonna have to do this manually. Yeah. You add a layer of safety net, you can link it to your own website, and then your own website redirects to whatever you want. That way you have control of the domain and it will never go down. And then your tattoo will always be usable. Domains. I should do colored version of it. I wanted to do way more than this tonight, but I don't think it's come out. Remove things out and get rid of them. Junk. What is this? I'm gonna just eat it inside for storage. What? Oh no, that's the other thing. Very boring, I think, because I got too uptight with the lines and stuff. Without color, this is really boring. I kind of want to go on top of this and do like a really rough version, but I'm a bit too tired to fully get involved, I think. They probably come out the same. The chances of it coming out the same is very high. If I keep the brush really thick, I might be able to do something. What is the lighting situation? Just top down, right? Loose values lighting, gradient over everything. Right. Yeah, this style is weird because it's like an in-between between like there isn't enough values to really gradient map. It's like a line art, but it's also kind of has like some ambient occlusion plus some kind of darker color also pre-rendered in to the line art. And then because of the noise and the texture and the slight translucency in some of these areas, then it becomes a little bit tricky to. Sorry, I left some junk in here. A little bit tricky to color as well. So I feel like the only real thing that I can do with this pen is something really loose. I don't actually have that example in here. Be really good for like a quick sketch kind of situation. Other than that, I guess it can also be like this, but this is so boring. But to color, oh man, but to put in the thick lines, man. I don't know how it's gonna work. So that means I have to figure out the shadows and stuff beforehand. Like, I guess this will all be dark. Oh no, if I'm going to color, I'm going to redo the lines in a different way. This set of lines was never meant to be colored. Originally, I just wanted something really rough so that I can have some time. I can get an idea of what the lines and some of the shapes I want, like some of the contours. And then I can move on to a cleaner set of lines, and then that would then get colored. That was the original plan. And I guess I kind of lost focus. And I end up making a very clean set of lines here, which wasn't a goal. This is kind of what I wanted, but it's just this one is. Oh. guess it takes more focus than I expected. It's really hard to do this properly. Like, yeah, this doesn't read, right? But also I haven't done the hands yet, I suppose. I do kind of want to color this though. It can, but it would not come out in a way that I would like, is the thing. So I don't think it's worth doing. I mean, the truth is, what would I not like about it? I don't know. I think the lines will steal too much of the show. I feel like if it's gonna be rendered, I would like the rendering, the colors, the shapes in the colors to be the main protagonist, I guess, of that conversation, of that show. Whereas here, the objective was to have the lines be the main actor, the main focal point, right? We have interesting lines. The lines have a border, it has texture, it has various different shapes. Oh, you mean just color the... Right, because I see your gradient map, I guess you're only gonna have one color then, is what you're saying. Because I would assume that if you're using gradient map, it would just, it would have multiple colors. So you're saying the gradient map has only one color? Right, I that's what I don't want. Like, I feel like I can only see this in black and white. Because the impact of the lines would be lessened the moment colors go in. There just becomes like one additional thing that someone looking at it would be aware of, right? Like if I give you only black and white, then there's nothing else to focus on but the lines itself. And that's where it shines, I think. That's the whole point of it. Right, the whole point of this would be just to focus on the lines and the shapes and stuff like that. Well, to be fair, anything's worth trying once. It's just that that's not what I want, I think. I'm hoping to be able to get this to be a little bit more... Like, to master this a little bit better. So that when I draw, it's very quick, right? I see the reference, I get a rough idea of the anatomy, and then with just a few quick brush strokes, we can get the shadows down, we get the forms in, and everything just reads in black and white immediately. It's all good, it's all good. I don't want color is the thing. I don't want it. I want color under a different sort of situation, where the lines are way cleaner, or perhaps no lines. And then we let the colors and the shapes do the talking directly. Yeah. No problem, Uni. Thank you. Always. What I didn't want is just to, like with the lines, I think, like I didn't want to be left in a weird state, because currently that's where we are with the lines that I spent the past 5 hours doing or something. Oh, it's actually been 5 hours, what the hell. But because it's just very boring lines. That's what I didn't want. That's where we ended up. Oh wow, this is not gonna read, I don't think. Yeah, this is too thick. That line cannot be that thick. Nuke. Delete. Yeah, yeet. Weird thingies to it. I think, yeah, no, I did say that. It is also in a state where we can still do it, I suppose. Oh, these areas. Yeah, especially if the lake's on top, right? Wouldn't there be a bunch of fall shadows then? Like cast shadows down? I definitely cannot put those in, because then it'll be too messy to read anything at all. But those have to be ignored. Which is good, I guess. And here are the boobas. I don't know what's a good approach to this kind of thing. It's really stiff though. It doesn't mean I cannot cut it. Oh. So let's see. Cool. Do I get the nuclear or no? Maybe I can do something better here. It's a very realistic scenario. Let me did it again. I'm too lazy to draw the hands again. I'm just gonna copy and paste it. Oh, actually, it's not a selection. Ay ay ay. Copy, paste, click down before that. No, the hands don't read. I think that's fine. Wait, no. Hands don't read because I need big shapes, bigger shapes, right? Bigger shapes. God. Probably not. Very impossible to read, no? I think I struggle is I'm not sure what is it that I want. I guess it doesn't stop me from experimenting, but I wish this can develop into something that is just so intuitive, right? It's not about like precise execution. It's just like blah, 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 and then shit comes out the other end and it looks good and it's fun to paint and all that. But I don't know how to get it there. I mean, if I draw a lot, I imagine it will get me closer. Indeed. But this feels way more interesting than the other one. It's because there's shadows, there's a lot more weird shapes. It's a bit messy, but yeah, it's kind of hard. Like if there's artists out there that draw, I'm sure there are, like either the minimalist kind of or like the ones with like single brush stroke, blah blah blah, and then like that kind. Probably be really good references. See how they handle some of these situations. Oh, different layer most pretty much. Let's try it. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know if this is necessarily what you meant either. But also, how do you do this again? Shit, my brain's not working. Correction layer? Gradient. Right, everything's black. Oh yeah, that's right. Because of the way the pen works, I have to do what you taught me, was it like 3 months ago, 2 months ago? Sorry, let me just get this sorted. I wish there's like an easier way you can collapse everything. Dropping the opacity? Does that work? Oh, it is very interesting though, because now there's colors in there, right? Based on the brush opacity. Oh, I forgot to turn off this thing. Oops. Maybe adjust the levels a bit. Sorry, I think let's use tone curve instead. It's way more intuitive to me. Do stupid shit like this. Ready to go. Oh my god, my eyes hurt. Somber shapes are not very somber. Oh, because the white itself. Oh, that's interesting. So if I, right, that's why these are moody and this. Wait, what was the other one? This one here. If I just take out the white, then we can actually get more moody. Strong. I don't know what ranges are active here. What's active here? That was active. Weird. Oh, wait, what? Yeah, with the noise and everything, I think like yeah, depending on the zoom level too, it's gonna change. Oh man. Eesh. Yeah, I don't know. Like these are all interesting and stuff, but if it's color related, I feel like it's doesn't quite fit. The way the brush reacts with everything is kind of ooh. Oh, what? Did you see that? Wait, it changes. She changes color as I zoom in and out, dude. This is more homogeneous just because we have more space for all the pixels to be there. And then as we go out, like things get simplified. So I guess there's more brighter shades of gray and darker shades of gray here. And as you go further out, it just, the colors pop out. Oh my god, look at the tail. It's very sparkly. It is very interesting. I think it'll take some time. Thank you for the suggestion though, Uni, for sure. I'm just not very receptive in the beginning, for sure. Over time, I think I'll let it digest and see. I think this feels like there's something very interesting here that I can use it for, but I guess it's just a gradient map. There's nothing necessarily too new here, but huh. Something's different, but something... Anyways. Ooh, if I eat this in, lock that out, bring this... Oh, I guess I should have kept the background stuff separate. I could still do that though. I could still do that. Let me just fix that. Oh, I can still keep this as well. Because I can do gradients too, right? On the background. Which is a bit strong. Yeah, okay. Why is it doing that? So this is just an airbrush with the color black. So in an ideal world, since the gradient map is just... Oh, because of the tone curve, I did it to myself. Of course it's doing that. My god. I did it to myself, of course. Yeah, it's a little haunting, isn't it? The concentric rings looks kind of scary. This is probably how Mika Picasso got to where she is today, you know, like just random colors go. I kind of nuked that. I was gonna separate out the entire character, that's why I didn't really care what I was cutting out. But I guess it might have been interesting to see what it would look like if I only cut the skin out first. Okay, that sounds very scary. But because of the way I did this, it's there's no recovering the lost pixels here. Oh, doesn't really... What the hell is happening? Oh, I see. It just kind of got a little bit brighter. It's okay. We just cut the character out entirely then. It is interesting. It might not work so well with this brush, I suppose, because of the amount of noise. But I guess it has its own sort of uniqueness to it. Oh, I forgot the other hand. Yep. Exploring, huh? Stuff like this, just like, I guess in a sense living in the moment, we're just doing this thing. Not necessarily worry about like where we end up or if it'll look good and stuff like that. I can only do it if I'm really comfortable with the art, with like art itself, technically. I'm like, yeah, it's fine to mess around. I know I can bring it back, or I know I can fix it, or I can bring it to somewhere that I know is good. Or I'm just like super dead tired, like right now, where I'm just... What is happening? What am I looking at? It's just, that's such a weird toggle because of the weird curves I have here. Only because I have this here, that's why the minimal amount of airbrushing I did actually has this much effect. Otherwise, it only has like this little orange bit at the back. That's it. I have a weird toggle over here. Now I have a really weird toggle over here. What the? Oh man, this looks so weird now. All of a sudden, black and white. Wait, can I not insert here? Oh, I could. Oh, I see. What the? This is all really crazy. Huh. The shape is meant to be a straight line, but it's not a straight line. It kind of goes up this way. Why does it do that? Oh, it must have merged with the airbrushing I did before. Gradient maps, huh? Interesting. I'm sitting here thinking about gradient maps. I've always known that it's a very powerful tool, but I've never really used it simply because I didn't really know what to use it for. I think like only at the very end I tend to use it to add some. Yeah, but even then, most of the time when I try, I just rejected it because it would just bring the color to somewhere else. And if I had done everything right up to that point, the illustration would already have the correct colors, or the colors that I wanted. So I never really end up using color map, or gradient map. And then the logical thought to me was that, oh, I didn't use it because I didn't really know how it will work, right? Like where it will work best and how it will work. But then it comes back down to this, is that I never experiment. Right? I never use tools that I don't already know how they work or where they should be used. And then the next logical question I would ask myself, was why, then how did I even get to this point here? Because it seems like I never experiment with anything ever. Other than layer modes that I know explicitly I've tried. Ah, man, I don't know how I got here. I guess I've just seen like people do stuff on YouTube or like on Speedpaints or like on Twitter and stuff like that. And then I connected it mentally with some of the tools. That's why I know some of the things I do, some of the things I do. I don't know. Anyways, I don't know what I'm talking about. It's getting it's 4 AM. Color Ralph's combos that you wouldn't think of yourself. Right. Yeah. Yeah, colors, huh? Yeah, colors are very... Huh, how does that fit into my... Wait, let me think. So... Right, it's the exploration part. So it's a patience thing. Because I'm thinking that if you are using gradient maps and, for example, to experiment with colors and see what works and what doesn't work, does that mean that you don't necessarily need like a good foundation with like color theory and everything? Like, for example, if you're creating an idea from scratch, right, and you're putting down every single color that is going to go onto the canvas, then you will need to have a good understanding of some of the theory and what is it that you want and stuff like that, so you know what might be good and what might not be good. But then if you're just trying with gradient maps, and the gradient maps themselves contain good combinations of colors, and if you have seen enough things, you don't necessarily need to be so good with the rules, so to speak. You can just put stuff down and see if it works. And then get a feel for it and be like, oh yeah, this looks like maybe it'll be a bit better if it's bluer or darker or brighter. and then you make adjustments from there. Maybe that will make the workflow a lot easier to do. Yeah, anyways, mhm. The tasteful thickness. No politics, no hate, which is just a leftist dog. I have no idea what you're saying. But that is not art related, and it doesn't seem very relevant. Yeah, like this is what we've been waiting for, I think. This is what we've been waiting for, Uni. The first one was the stuff being taken over to Bilibili, and then now we get the exciting haters. Am I a true YouTuber yet? Indeed. What do you think, Uni? Should I bother having a conversation or should I not? We're 6 hours, 20 minutes into this. We worship Christ in this room, also no politics. What? Now I'm actually lost. Anyways, Mr. Tasteful Thickness. You can have your own opinions, but I do not welcome that here, and for that reason, you can take your comments and your ideas somewhere else, please. Today marks a momentous occasion. How long have we... So 236, right? I wonder when was the one where we found out that we got copied over to Bilibili. Actually, honestly, the Bilibili one probably happened a bit earlier. It might have even happened before we started streaming. I thought someone else mentioned it before to me. Maybe, maybe not, I'm not sure, but... 236. There you go. How many streams it takes. So we have what? We have one. And we have... what do you have? Do I sleep? A little bit, you know. I dabble. I dabble in sleep, yes, of course. I should sleep, but I'm trying to think of like what's next, because I feel like there's more that I can do here. I want to try with colors too. So I'm gonna just quickly clean up these two real quick. Well, by clean up I mean that I'm gonna export it and then I want to move it onto the okay, let's see, 7. Just do it one by one here. I want to bring it to PRF, and then the next one I want to try would be maybe a different set of lines, and then also like a simple line with color kind of setup. I'll probably just keep doing this over the weekend or something. Maybe into next week. I cannot find my Paint 7 out here. So that's one option. And then we have the other one, ideally without the weird nonsense here. Yeah, I can keep this as well. Paint 7, replace. Actually, I'm no idea. I wasn't even thinking. Now that you mentioned it, I'm not sure what he's reading actually. What is he reading actually? What's my Discord rules again? I thought my rules were a lot longer than that. I had like a lot of nonsense in there. Was it community setting or was it onboarding? Oh, I have a rules channel. Oh, I do have a rules channel. Yeah, what is he reading out actually? I'm kind of confused. Is like is there a rule set for the chat here? Like on was it on Twitch? Like when you open up the thing, it has like was it on Twitch where you open up, it has like a rule thing? Yeah, it might actually be a. I thought for a split second, I thought, you know, maybe like there's a rule somewhere that I've written that can be interpreted as what he was saying. I mean, clearly that's a good element of it, was just trying to get a reaction out. It pops up when you're first time chatter. Okay, then it must mean that I set it up in my YouTube channel somewhere. I have no idea. I mean, if I did, it would have been like over 236 streams ago now. Let me take a look. Let me take a look. Let me try to find it. Community. Nope, not here. Settings. Community moderation. Channel guidelines. Ah, yes, I found it. Look at that. Look at that. Channel guidelines. It's over here. Okay, I don't remember setting this out. It's been so long. Maybe I can just add like VR related or something like that. No rage bait. I feel like there's no real point adding it, because if they're gonna do it, they're gonna do it anyways. So like it's like if you're gonna try to bend the rules to make it work to your agenda, it's gonna work. It's gonna happen either way. Let me just leave it. I didn't get the tail there. Did I, yeah, what was I doing? Did I save it yet? I think I replaced it. I haven't moved it in yet. Okay. Cool. It looks like it's just a darker version of the one on top, which makes sense, because I didn't do anything that different. It was just done in one stroke instead of, in one go instead of splitting it up. It's like no difference. I'll try a render. Likely not tonight, but something simple. This doesn't look that simple. another one. Color sequence. What? Oh, did I? How come it looks different now? Oh, because I turned it down? Oh, it's because I turned... Okay, yeah. How did I forget that? I'll just keep this in the board as well. As a constant reminder. Because my boards, I don't tend to delete stuff. So anytime I open this board, whether if it's now or in the future, I will just see it again and again and again. Did I accidentally cancel it? I did. Color. Color would just be like painting. Block colors and go. Yeah, some other time perhaps. I guess I'll hop off here. Decently successful day, I suppose. I'll see you guys on Monday. I don't know what I'm gonna do on Monday. Most likely I'll still be here, because I don't think on the weekends I'll have time to do this. I'll sort out the poster thingy, and then I'll have to get started on the Secret Santa too. Oh, actually, today is the 29th. I need to make the midterm the check-in thing. Just to give everyone a poke, see how everyone is doing and feeling. But thank you guys for coming. Have a good night, guys. Wait a second, I just realized, Uni, isn't it really late for you too? Did you sleep in the afternoon and wake up again? Yeah, Secret Santa. Sorry, what did I say just now? I'm so tired. I think I went to the office today too, so I didn't get my usual like longer afternoon nap. I see. Oh, happy to have you guys here, always. Oh, I'll see you guys soon on Monday. Have a good night, guys. Thank you and goodbye.